Is fighting a good fight, staying strong. Also, shout out SOW family, Kazaki in Virginia, Quatazop in Houston, and Zion in Rochester, New York. We'll be seeing you guys really soon. It'll be a great time to who are in the faith and fighting that good fight. I hope also everybody's doing well out there who listens and who actively listens and supports us. Tawada for your time, Tawada for the energy you guys invest. Tawada for the hours of time that you guys put into listening to our classes. It's much appreciated. And we try our best to get the word out and prepare and to paint as clear of a picture for the nation as possible. So Tawada for the time you guys invested in us. We're going to start sending up our prayers to the Most High and give the Most High His honor and His praise. And oh shoot. Barakatay Hawa B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatay Hawa B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hawa Award.
Sayawam.
The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatay Hawa B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatay Hawa B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hawa
Rayach. Nayachaka.
The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Wapunya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatay Hawa B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatay Hawa B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hawa
Natalanawa.
Shabbat.
Bashalom.
The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Mahoya. Ma'aya. Yabua'a. Isaiah. Yabua'a. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemaiah. Wa'arataza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamayat. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yishan, Shashawamar, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaiah, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemat, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Alabana, Barayala, Yahweh, Yashemariah, Makal, Rad, Yashemar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha, I will love.
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He would not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharal,
Yahweh,
Alahayim Nawa, Yahweh, Achad, Shema Yasharal, Yahweh, Alahayim Nawa, Yahweh, Achad, Shema Yasharal, Yahweh, Alahayim Nawa, Yahweh, Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shamkat, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Taba'ah, Ratizaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ma'aratizah, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawatino, Chasalachano, Chawatino, Wala'ah, Tabiano, Manasawan, Abo, Abashano, Mayan, Rad, Hayah, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapa'ara, La'ayamalamya,
Aman. The Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Afaya, Ayo, Hanya.
Thou shalt no other power before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'ayna, Laka, Saw, Wala'ah, Ta'aybara.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadash.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ayna. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Ta'chamad. Ko, Asherah. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Bashem Yahshai,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Everybody sit.
Okay, I just saw a few texts saying that you think there's maybe some internet glitching. Just keep us informed if the glitching continues. I don't know what's going on. There's probably some internet issues. We don't have an easy solution to fix it. We can try to cut it on and cut it off, and that's going to kind of mess things up mid-class. Y'all want the fan on in there? Y'all want this fan on? Then go on the light in the back. And there's a 3 switch light. Go to the top right corner one. You'll get it. Okay. Last week in Sabbath class, we kind of went into Demetrius wasn't taking care of his soldiers. That's it. That's all you need. Well, he was cost cutting, and I got it. I'll fix it. Somebody messed it up. Who's doing that? Anyway. Well, yeah. I won't do it. I'll stop. I'll just let it suffer out because people want to do things differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's about right.
Well, maybe that's.
It's just you gotta hit it.
Pick his mind up.
Well, sometimes it's that switch, bro. Sometimes remember the circuit.
And, the guy said it was okay. Maybe he's wrong.
It's on now. I don't know. Cut lights on, lights off.
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
What's that about?
Anyway, it's spirits. Those are spirits. Okay, we're being silly, but okay. So We went into last week about Demetrius II, how he was taking advantage of the soldiers. He wasn't paying the different battalions of soldiers. Initially, it wasn't the Ptolemaic soldiers he didn't pay. Then it went down to where he wasn't even paying the Antiochian soldiers, the Seleucid soldiers, and he ended up just hiring a mercenary unit.
Mm-hmm.
And then people in the city of Antioch were protesting and complaining against him, rioting against him. He ended up sitting back here letting Jonathan know, listen, if you take care of me, I'll let you go ahead and take out the citadel of Acre. If you sit back and send 3,000 of your best men to help protect me. Jonathan does that. And there were also previous deals that Demetrius II did for Jonathan. Remember earlier in the chapters, Demetrius II said, I'll make sure you guys don't have to pay any taxes on salt. And in the 3 provinces in the region that were controlled by Jews, you won't have to pay these taxes on the people. So because of that, Jonathan was in a league of
no tax for the Jews type of deal.
Yeah, but there was a good balance and good rapport between Demetrius II and Jonathan. Jonathan covered him, took care of him in his time of need, and now, as after they got what they wanted, there was a shift in how Demetrius was acting. Every single time things got under control for Demetrius II, he started turning on the people that had his back. This was a consistent thing. So what we're going to go into real quick in Josephus, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 3. Karai, I'm going to need you to get started. Let's get you saluted in real quick.
I don't know if we're on. Let's make sure. We live?
We're live. We're live. Go for it, Karai.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatar, Bana Shah, Bana Sha'ala.
Karai, Shabbat, Bashar, Bayashal, Amach. What?
How about Shim Yashabakatam?
That's Matau. Okay. Okay, sis said the prayers were clear, so we're kind of cleaned up or whatever. So it starts off where it says, yet did he prove an ill man. I don't have that number. So what's happening is, once Demetrius II got what he needed, he got the restoration of his empire in Antioch back, then the real man shows up, just like he had been happening, continues. Remember earlier, when Ptolemy's men helped him win the kingdom against Alexander Bala, Ptolemy's men brought elephants, they brought all these reinforcements from Egypt to help Demetrius get into power. And as soon as Demetrius got into power, he started firing people like Trump does.
You said where does it start at?
It starts with, it says, yet did he prove an ill man to Jonathan.
143.
Okay. So what ends up happening is, Demetrius II shows a pattern that when things start going right for him, when his region is safe and stable, then he starts laying off military men. So this is what happened with the Ptolemaic armies. He got rid of them and kept the elephants. Then his empire got stable for a period of time. Then he started laying off the Antiochian soldiers. Now the Jews sat back here and helped him, and he didn't give them any rewards for their labor.
He laid them off during peacetime, which is said that they were supposed to get paid during peacetime.
Yes, he was supposed to get paid all throughout the damn time.
Yeah.
And I had mentioned last week that he had lost to the Parthians. He hadn't even lost his region empire yet. So he still had his region. He still had the entirety of his region. He was still just cost cutting. He was cost cutting at the expense of the strength of his empire. He risked the most potent side of his empire, thinking he could cut corners and save money and build money, bring money to himself.
That's like not trying to pay your security bill at your house, and that's
ADP.
ADP, and
You better pay ADP.
and then somebody break in on you,
Yeah.
and you chose not to pay that bill.
Con.
Not good.
But listen, Esau nowadays knows that. That's why Esau puts trillions into his military.
Defense spending.
Exactly. Because he understands if I can't kill everybody,
It really should be.
I can't win.
It really should be offense spending.
kind
That's how
of.
you operate.
So now that he has what he wants and his empire he perceives as stable, now I'll read that correct.
Right. Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 5, paragraph 3, line 143. Yet did he prove an ill man to Jonathan afterwards, and broke the promises he had made.
So listen, he is showing consistently, Demetrius II, that he's a truce breaker. He's not a man of his word. Now, all the promises he made of the no salt tax, no fruit, not the percentage of the fruit of the land was 1/3. He said, you guys don't got to deal with your harvest. You guys can keep your harvest. Now he's like 1/3 of your harvest goes to king and country. All the deals that were originally given to Jonathan and the Jews, he's reneging and switching up on it. Okay, now he's showing his true colors again. Read on.
And he threatened that he would make war upon him unless he would pay all that tribute which the Jewish nation owed to the first kings of Syria.
So now he's saying, listen, the same things you guys paid to Seleucus the Fourth, Antiochus Epiphanes the Third, or the Fourth Antiochus the Third, all those debts you paid, if you don't start paying me the same thing you paid them, we're going to go to war with you. This is the mind of Esau. And I'm going to say this. In this regard, Esau hasn't changed. You can even see this right now. When the United States was in talks with Iran, literally, the United States and Iran, at least on paper, had agreements. Iran said, listen, you guys can look at all of our resources. We're not going to hide anything from you. We're going to show you that we're not manufacturing or creating these weapons of mass destruction. We're not going to sit back here and take our uranium and work it to where a nuclear bomb can be created from it. We promise we won't do that. So they made agreements. And in the midst of the negotiation of the agreements on 2 separate occasions, they bombed them while they're in the midst of negotiations in a separate location. How can you trust anybody that sets the deal in your face and is bombing you at the same time? How can you trust anybody that promises you $10 million if we give you Maduro and then reneges on the $10 million? How can you be trustworthy if you don't even stick to your side of the deal? And this is what Esau has been known for years. Hell, even in the beginning of the Persian Gulf War, Saddam Hussein in 1990 called the Bush administration and said, listen, the Kuwaitis are slant drilling on my land. The Kuwaitis have their oil, whatever oil deposits the Kuwaitis got. Kuwait's a small country next to Iraq, right? They said, listen, they're sitting back here inside drilling and taking the oil off my land and making money. I'm asking you for permission to go deal with these Kuwaitis and deal with them for the infringement of what they're doing. Now keep in mind, slant drilling was an approach that was crafted and developed by guess who? The Bushes.
And probably Cheney.
Well, it's just the Bushes.
Yeah, and the Halliburton.
Because the Bushes had an oil company called Zapata Oil or something like that. Point is, that technology was created by the United States, specifically the Bushes, to steal people's oil. Why else you want to slant drill?
Going sideways.
Yeah, you ever seen what was that movie? There Will Be Blood.
Yeah.
You ever see that movie? That Edomite, that the main character, he slant drilled. and took this guy's oil from right up under him, not even knowing. What's the point I'm trying to bring up? The Edomites sat back here and set the trap for Iraq. Iraq called for clearance, and they said, listen, we don't have any jurisdiction over that territorial dispute. Do what you got to do. As soon as he crossed over and takes over Kuwait, all of a sudden, he's the butcher of Baghdad. He's the bully that's taking advantage of these poor Kuwaitis. We got to come in and sit back and protect the Kuwaitis. This is how Esau rolls. They'll sit back here and do deals with you in back channels, and then out you in front of everybody like you're doing things out of pocket. So this is why you can't trust how Esau moves. Or even the Native Americans said he had a fourth tongue. Think about all the agreements and treaties he made with Gad and Reuben, and just kept breaking and kept breaking them. Then they say, well, you don't want to sit back and go to the negotiation table. Why go to the negotiation table when we know you're going to break the damn treaty anyway? We might as well just go to war and take our chances in the mountains or in the swamps. So, with that being the case, Esau's back to his old tactics again. But this is the difficult challenge. If you're Jonathan, you have to do treaties. If you don't do treaties and try to do deals with them, you're going to be in constant war, putting your people through nothing but treacherous conditions. This is what the Cubans are facing. What do? Do you sit back here? I don't know if you realize that in Cuba, all the power is still out, right? In the hospitals, they are manually keeping all of the machines going that are keeping people alive. The respiratory machines, all the machines keeping the people that are in comas or sedated, they have to manually, I don't know if they're just manually creating energy to keep people alive. Literally, that's what's happening in the hospitals. People are taking shifts, manually keeping these machines going so people can live. This is what's happening literally in Cuba, and nobody is talking about it. The people in the hospitals, their life is in the hands of the hospital staff who have to stay up all night just to keep these machines going. So what do? Do you sit back here and keep your people suffering like this, like they're in the damn 1800s? With just cast iron stoves? How long can a country keep that? They're lucky they're not in cold weather, and they're in the tropic territories. Well, how long do you allow the United States to circle Cuba? People who were trying to give humanitarian aid to Cuba, when they got back to the United States, guess what happened? They were getting arrested. They were getting arrested because they were giving humanitarian aid to people in Cuba. But if you are the Cuban president, do you sit back here? How long can you keep your people suffering when you're trying to stand up for what's right for your country economically? So do you make your country an economic slave to these imperialists? Or do you give them energy and give them AC and give them power and give them gas? What do you do? How long can you hold out? And I say that because this is the condition that Jonathan's in. What does Jonathan do? Does Jonathan sit back here and say, forget y'all, I'm gonna sit back here and just be on this island and fight to the end? How long can Israel keep fighting? How many generations can die? Because Esau will keep fighting you until you give in. Or do you make a deal and try to be as honorable as you can and do a deal for the survival of your nation? Because one would say, well, damn, why did Jonathan sit back here and do a deal with the white man in the first place? Don't you know he's going to take advantage of him? Yes. But what do? If you got to look after your people, you keep them in constant war? They were already breaking. Remember when they were sitting back here and Jonathan's men, they were down to 2,000 people and they were cornered like rats and they were in the swamps? Remember that? Mm-hmm. What did he have to do to get them out? He had to make a deal. Pick an alliance and try to be as faithful to your word as possible. Or keep running yourself to the ground and everybody deserts you. Anyway. So this is the condition that Jonathan is in. You have to be subject to these Edomites that are with you, that are these fair weather friends. I'm with you for now, then they're going to sit back here and turn their back on me. This is what Jonathan is facing. So now Jonathan is about to get screwed over, and his response is either he's going to have to go to the other side, which is Tryphon, or Trypho, who is backing Alexander Bala's son, Antiochus VI, or do you stay with this guy and give him what he wants? This is Jonathan's dilemma, because he starts turning on him like he normally does. Read on.
And this he had done if Trypho had not hindered him.
So the funny thing is, Trypho's attack of Demetrius II just only slowed down the treachery that Demetrius II was already going to do to Jonathan and the people. So Trypho, the funny thing is, we're going to read about Trypho in a bit. Trypho is about to do an allegiance with Jonathan, but then Trypho is going to double cross Jonathan. So what do you do? What do you do if you're Jonathan?
You got two truce breakers in front of you.
And they're both coming for you. They're both coming for you. And also, you got to keep in mind that Jonathan doing deals with these people is what helped get the nation elevated in the first place and got Israel restabilized in the first place. So what do? You're in a catch-22. You're in a catch-22. Demetrius II turns on you. Now you can go to Trypho, but Trypho might turn on you. This is the condition that Jonathan's facing right now.
He's in a
lose-lose situation, and all you can do is have faith. Make a prudent, be as wise as you can with your decision, and hope for the best, and hope the Most High honors your decision.
And this is why I guess we have to be conscious of these scenarios too, that there'll be times when the conditions are favorable, and there'll be times when the conditions are not favorable.
Mm-hmm.
We can't control the outcome.
I need you to wake up. You, keep your head up. This isn't nap time, sir.
You gotta figure out how to handle these scenarios.
Got it.
Because you can read it from the outside perspective and be like, man, why didn't you just do this? Why didn't you just do that?
Everybody wants to be a Monday afternoon quarterback.
Yeah.
Man, if he just would have sat back, why he throwing the double coverage? That didn't make no sense throwing double coverage. Then you can say what you want, but you didn't see that safety blitz, did you? You didn't feel that guy coming right at you.
Hit you 10 times.
It's always easier.
Listen, when you sitting back here, I'm gonna get you right now, dog. They sitting back here doing stunts and blitzing and putting pressure on you. And you 6'3" and you can't see over your head. You can't see that. You can't see that safety creeping in. Everybody can talk unless you're in the midst of the battle.
It's a different perspective.
That's the point. So once again, now Jonathan is about to get double crossed. The Most High bought him time by having Trypho and that other Greek faction give war against Demetrius II. Right? So let's continue.
It says, and diverted his preparations against Jonathan to a concern for his own preservation.
So what's happening is, dealing with these Greeks, the reoccurring theme is self-preservation. The reoccurring theme is fighting just to protect your own at all costs. Because these Edomites are going to sit back and go for theirs at all costs. And as soon as you look like a threat, they're going to sit back and out you. This is what happened even with Iraq. Don't forget, Saddam Hussein was the U.S.'s boy.
That's true.
Remember? They were. Why? Listen, the United States was funding Iraq to fight against who? Iran for 10 years. So all of a sudden, Saddam was cool. And Saddam was being funded by the United States to make these chemical weapons to kill the Iranians. So when Saddam was killing Iranians with mustard gas, it was okay. And the United States was giving them money, and they knew they were giving them mustard gas to the Iranians. But then, when they want to take over Iraq, now he used mustard gas on his opponents. Like, come on, man. You gave them the money to do it. And you told them it was okay to do it. Now you want to flip-flam on them?
It's very fraudulent.
It's the same thing with the Afghanistanis. It was okay that the Al-Qaeda, before the Al-Qaeda, they were called the Mujahideen, or the Mujahideen. It was okay to fund the Mujahideen in Afghanistan against the Russians in the 80s. We're going to give you all this money, Bin Laden, and all your guys. Just take out the Russians. And you know what they did? That war between Afghanistan against the Russians was the last war that the old Russian Empire had, and it ended up bankrupting them.
Yeah, no one ever beat them, right?
Well, nobody ever beat the Afghanistan. But the point was that war overextended Russia and broke them financially. And that was one of the final straws that broke the back of the Russians in Russia, and that was the last straw that set up the fall of the Soviet Union and the entire Eastern Bloc. But they were cool. They funded them. Then all of a sudden, the Taliban is bad. When we're done using you up, now we got to kill you. And that's what's happening. And the funny thing is, all the soldiers of the Ba'ath Party that was in Iran, after they took out Saddam, most of those guys left and turned themselves into ISIS and Al-Qaeda. They're just remnants of the military of Iraq. And then they used them to sit back and take down the Syrian Empire. This is what they do. And then after they're done with you, they'll kill you. This is what Esau does from the beginning of time. And all the Al-Qaedas and the ISIS and the Talibans are all financed by the CIA. And they're just used, back in the day, they were the Muslim Brotherhood, who was financed by the British. Esau just uses you until they're done with you and they'll spit you out.
But the overall method, what you're saying is, like anything, their concept is to keep everything unstabilized. When you keep things destabilized, you can always find a way to make a profit somewhere. They did it with China.
I can destroy the
historically.
empire.
They did it with China with the Opium Wars.
Yeah.
They did it in the Middle East like they're doing. They did it with the so-called black men in America, keeping these certain chemicals in our community and these certain conditions going on. And if you create instability, there's always an opportunity.
Yeah. Because, listen, a kingdom divided against itself shall not what? And then they can topple the kingdom, come in there, put their guys in. Listen, they put the guy that was on the world's top 10 wanted list. They took him from Al-Qaeda, and now he's the president of Syria. And they're just destroying Syria right now as we speak. Anyway, all I just did is explain the different tactics that Esau uses. They'll use you and spit you out. They'll fund you and spit you out. I'll do a deal with you, then I'll get rid of you. And this is what they're doing with Jonathan. They're doing this with Jonathan. We'll use you, we'll give you a deal, then take the deal back.
Why you're beneficial?
Listen, we'll use black man sweat and fighting ingenuity. We're going to use this black man sweat.
Because it's profitable.
Because we need it. We need black man sweat. So we'll give you a deal and say we're going to do a deal with you. Use you to help fight our battles. And then when you fought our battles, then we'll get rid of you. Then we'll get rid of you when you're no longer of need right now. Then we'll come back if we feel like it and ask you for more help and give you a deal. This is how Esau moves. Understood? So now we're going to let all that go and go now to 1 Maccabees 11, verse 53 and 54. We're going back to Josephus too.
1 Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 53. Nevertheless, he dissembled in all that he ever spake.
He dissembled. What is the word dissemble?
Go for it. This is still talking about
That's
Demetrius II. You said what that we at?
The word dissemble is important because it comes across like a light term. Dissemble. Got it?
Yes. Dissemble. 1828 was the dictionary. To hide under a false appearance.
To hide under a false appearance. What this person states, what this person projects, is not what their true intention is. Continue read.
Right. It says to conceal, to disguise.
To conceal, to disguise. And you can use the modern example of Trump in office. He loves he's very patriotic with the military. He loves the military. He just loves them. He just loves the military. But then when they come back in caskets, and their parents, their families are saying, "Don't do any photo ops in front of these caskets because it's disrespectful to us, the family." He doesn't care about what they got to say. He got to do his photo ops, regardless. And then when they die, he says, "Well, that's just what war is." When you go to war, people die. Very callous. But when you want to get elected, you were red, white, and blue all day.
Yeah.
You know, it's got to be about the patriots. They gotta love the military. This is a person that's duplicitous or what? A dissembler. When they operate under false appearance. They're not sincere with their statements and what they project. One more time, dissemble. Any more to it?
Yeah, it says to pretend that not to be which really is.
To pretend. A lot of pretending there. So now we can see why Demetrius is so. The real nature. This guy's a backstabber. And double cross.
That song. They smile in your face
All the time.
They want to take your place. The backstabber.
Exactly.
Backstabber.
But you know what? He's singing about a dissembler. He's singing about dissembler.
That's my point.
And this is biblical.
I know. Listen, go to Proverbs 26 and 24. Somebody close that fridge.
Proverbs chapter 26. Proverbs chapter 26 and verse 24.
We're going to read down a little bit, Pecan.
He that hateth dissembleth with his lips.
Listen, he's letting you know. Listen, the funny thing is this. The Most High is putting you on game. Just because a person comes off polite and nice and tells you what you want to hear doesn't mean they give a damn about you. Just because they know how to talk to you doesn't mean that they care about you. He says you can tell a person hates not by how polite they are. Because the funny thing is this, you'll come across Israel.
Polite.
And the person who might be rough with their words is looked upon as a bad brother or a bad sister. Because they stumble with their words, they're choppy with their words, and they can kind of come off a little rough. Those people are the ones, oh, you're not a sister, you're not a brother, because you're choppy with your words. But then the person who knows exactly how to talk and smiles in your face, that's the person, that's a brother. He knew exactly what to say to make me smile. That doesn't determine love or hate. The person, what determines love or hate is what? Read it again.
He that hateth dissembleth with his lips.
And what does the symbol mean again?
Dissemble. It says to hide under a false appearance.
When you sit back and people are fake around you, that's how a person hates you. A person shows the greatest hate when they're not honest with you about their intentions and where they're at and how they really feel about you. Yeah, I mean, the brothers I've worked with that say they respect what I do and they have complimentary things to say to me, and then when they leave me, they talk about me like I'm the devil. I've been around brothers like that for years. So that's how I know a person hates. When they can respect me up front, and then when they leave, they talk about me. That's what hate looks like. The way hate looks like, I can sit back here and I'm smiling, yeah. And then when I'm not around you, we're around different people, all of a sudden that's not love, that's not brotherhood. That's how you know people hate you.
It's cloak and dagger, false appearance.
And all that cloak and dagger stuff is ungodly. And I'm not here to sit back here and judge a person who does it. But if you do it, that's how you know a person hates you. Because that's important. It's important to know the people you work with. It's important to know the people that you can trust. And it's important to know the people that can't stand your guts, but tolerate you every day. Right? Now hold that. We're going to go back to that verse. And what does David say about people who are dissemblers? It's Psalms 26 in verse 4.
Psalms 26 and verse 4. I have not sat with vain persons.
David's like, I don't even sit next to vain people.
And he's not talking about people that have like
Have mirrors on them all the time.
people that are like always like this.
Taking selfies every 5 minutes.
They like suck their cheeks and like talk.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
He's
I'm
not
saying.
talking about not seeing people like that. He's talking about something doing
You know
personality.
people that just do TikTok videos all day
Yeah,
like that.
like
Yeah.
he's not talking about. He's dealing with. It's not because we have surface understanding of people a lot of times. We think that Davidson is people that are just too into their look. It can be that too, but he's going off of a person's core spiritual nature. They look at the core spiritual nature of people. These people have vanity in their core nature.
Yeah.
Their core nature is
They're about
based-
themselves.
They're not really about anything of spiritual, biblical substance. They're about them and their interests and what they want and their sentiment, what they feel. Nothing else. That's their primary motive. They don't have spiritual motives.
God. Read on. This is the point I was going with this point, though. So David understood not to even associate or closely work with vain people. And who else?
Neither will I go in with
He
dissemblers.
says, I'm not going to work. I'm not going to keep dissemblers close to me. I'm not going to work intimately with dissemblers, people who I know hate me. Why go on business with somebody that you know can't stand you?
Keep your friends close and your enemies close. He's not doing it.
No, listen, that's not what God says. I'm supposed to sit back here and let the enemy know all what's going on with me? So he throw it in my face? David said, I don't even sit back here and sit with dissemblers. Listen, it's not about if the dissembler is right or wrong. I'm not even going to go there. Because didn't the scripture say all flesh consorts to his what?
It's right.
So the thing is this. It's not about right and wrong. It's not about if who's on point, who's not on point. The thing is, if I know the person that's near me hates me, but doesn't present that they hate me, why would I keep them close to me? Does that make any logical sense?
It's not wisdom.
It's not wisdom at all.
Because this is about the brotherhood.
No,
Yeah.
Because
listen.
we're supposed to be together. We're supposed to work it out.
Shit, that's not what David said. Listen, you think David had people that was pro Saul that thought like Saul in his cabinet
No.
of advisors?
That's crazy.
You think David had those guys that was saying, calling him blood clot? And he said, I like this guy.
Yeah.
Let's bring him with me and keep him close to me.
You're a bloody man.
You're a bloody man. You think we're gonna sit there and have him around David? Hell no. Especially a guy that felt like that guy but just didn't say it. At least I respect the fact that he sat back here and just
You kept it
cussed him out for like 10 miles out. At least I respect you had the heart to say it.
Kept doing it.
Versus sitting back here and feeling like he felt but didn't say nothing. Who wants to be around somebody like that? That's crazy.
Because you don't know where this person's heart is at.
Well, you do know.
Yeah.
You do know, and you don't know what he's going to do, though. Now that you know that he can't stand you, or he got secret hatred towards you, why would I build with you? That's not even what the Bible says. And that's what people don't get. There's reasons why you work with certain people and you can't work with others. It's simple. But now, Jonathan would like to take this stance with Demetrius and with Trypho, but you know what? He doesn't have he can't control it. You got to do a deal with the enemy. You got to do a deal with the devil. Because if you don't, your country's going to be in habitual war day in and day out. And you can't control them. So, let's go back to Proverbs, I think it was 26, right? Verse 25.
25.
So he talks about that dissembler that presents one way but secretly hates. Read on.
Verse 25. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there are 7 abominations in his heart.
Because if a person truly has a problem with you, he's like you can't trust him. Because this person knows how to present like he loves you, but in the back of his mind, he wants you to fall. He can't wait to see you fall. Right? Not listen. Israel loves to pull this verse on Esau, the wicked Edomites. And you know what? That's correct. But I thought the scripture says, "In my own people," or what kind of men?
Wicked men.
There's wicked men in Israel too. You think it's just for Esau? No, it's not. And this is the unfortunate thing dealing with the nation. When you deal with the nation, Israel dissembles amongst the nation too. Which goes back to now you understand why there's 500 nations of Indians. When it's really, now you understand why there's 500 nations of Indians when there's only supposed to be 2 tribes. It's unfortunate, but the whole nation is full of people that don't trust one another, that see the worst in one another. And when that seed is there, you have to split it up. This is why that idea of unity claims, unity only works if there's no dissemblers. If there's dissemblers, there can't be unity. And this is why Christ is the only power that can bring unity in a nation.
Under shadow of all the children come.
Because everybody's going to have to sit back here and every knee's going to bow down to Christ. Every knee ain't bowing down to brotherhood in Israel. When there is gossip, when there is gossip, is a form of witchcraft, and when saying something negative is the opposite of prayer for them. I wouldn't say witchcraft, but when you're sitting back here and you're gossiping and you're talking cheesemane about other people, it's still the spirit of dissembling. It's still the spirit of dissembling. Because I can sit back here and talk about, throw a person under the bus when I'm not looking them in the face. But when I look you in the face, it's all smiles and hugs. Is that really brotherly or sisterly? No, it's not. If there is an issue, why not bring the issue to a person directly? Versus whispers.
I got a scripture on
Brother. That's not friendship. And if you find out that a person really feels the way they feel, you don't gotta hate them. It's not about hate. It's not about retaliating with hate. But you can't build with them. You can't build with them. You can't keep them close to you. Despite of this comic book idea of brotherhood. And we're all high-fiving and shaking and dapping and hugging. That's not realistic.
Where the Avengers is coming together.
Yeah, we're just Avengers. But how can you do that when people hate you? Secretly.
Yeah.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 16. On that question, is this gossip a form of witchcraft? I wouldn't say it's a form of witchcraft, but I would say it's a form of mercilessness, or to be unmerciful. And it is a form of hate more than it is a witchcraft.
Thank you.
Read that.
Leviticus 19 and 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer.
He said you shouldn't go up and down as a what?
As a talebearer.
Yeah, if you going up and down, meaning you're about the spread of news. Look what happened to so and so. Did you see this? Or did you hear what happened to this and that? If you're about telling stories and taking information and disclosing everybody's information out in the public, read on.
Fine. It says, thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
It said among thy who?
Among thy people.
So you're gossiping among who?
Thy people.
So you telling all your people business. You're about what's intimate, what tragedy happened. You like the daily news. Read on.
TMZ or something like that.
Yeah, read on.
World Star. That's the best one.
Yep.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
Because somebody that will tell your business also has no mercy. They have no compassion. And whatever happens to you, they won't defend you. They'll say, well, that's what that person get.
Yep.
They'll say, well, based on the news I heard about this person, he deserved that. Wow.
Yeah.
Meaning they'll have a slanted view of you. And they won't come to your defense because they believe every tale that they hear. And they go about spreading tales. So it's a lack of mercy.
True or false, right?
Right. Well, you know what? That's every dog has his day.
Every dog has his
You know, so
That's crazy, bro.
now this supposed to be your people. It's supposed to be your brother, but now it's every dog has his day.
Wow.
No mercy. Read on.
It says, I am the Lord.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
But what is it? What are you doing?
Hating your brother.
You hate your brother when you spread gossip. So is it a form of witchcraft? Not so much. But it is a form of hate, though.
And if you hate your brother and it's secret and it's not out in the open, he or she is a dissembler and you can't build with him. This is why the scripture says, don't let don't let the sun go down upon your anger.
Right.
If you have a problem with somebody, you need to deal with that person with that problem.
straightforward out in the open.
But the idea of having beef and keeping it inside, why would you keep it inside? Because you want to hate this person.
Well,
You want to see the worst in this person.
you don't want a solution either.
That's what
Because
you
the whole
want to
purpose-
hold the grudge.
The whole purpose of dealing with something out front is to get to a solution point.
And also, and it's to sit back here and say, hey, this is what I think you're doing. And if the person says, that's not what I was doing, that wasn't my intention. Now it's up to you. You're going to take their word for it?
Or not.
Or you're going to sit back here and still hold on to your evil?
And the evil is because I look at you a certain way, I don't have to sacrifice for you.
Yep.
I don't have to give. I don't have to give to you.
That's true.
I don't have to sacrifice for you. I don't have to put my neck on the line for you. Whatever happens to you, I'm okay with it because I don't have to lose anything for you. Because what people don't like doing is giving their spirit to people that they feel is unworthy. So as long as I can classify you as unworthy, I don't got to give to you.
I don't got to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I don't got to give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't owe you that.
Yeah.
It's still I can retract. I get to retract the good that I owe you as a brother.
Yeah.
I get to retract that and say you're not worth my time.
Yep. Listen, bro. There's a lot of dissembling in Israel under the guise of scriptures and breakdowns, man.
That's why David said, I don't sympathize.
And that's the point. You don't got to argue with them.
Did they have the Bible in David's time?
You don't got to fight them. It's not about beef. It's about, okay, if this is how you look at us or me or a sister or a brother, then you know what? It's cool. Then you can stay there and we do what we got to do for the Most High here.
Yep.
That's what this is about.
One more scripture, Ecclesiastes 11 and 29. 11.
No, 11 and 29.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 29. Bring not every man into thine house.
That's why you don't bring everybody in your house. You don't just we're just friends. Everybody we're just cool like that. You don't bring everybody in your house because they play with the same toys and they got the same likes and they like to go fishing like you like to go fishing. He said, bring not every man in your house. Read on.
For the deceitful man.
Because that dissembler is there's a chance that you're bringing a dissembler in the house.
Yep.
That deceitful man, which by definition is a person that conceals or disguises themselves,
Yep.
or is operating under a false appearance. Everybody's not cool with you because you think that y'all got the same likes. Read on.
Have many trains.
They got many what?
Many trains.
A train is a connection of things behind them. These are spirits that they come in with. This is why when you let somebody in your house and you really don't know who's in your house, you don't know what spirit that they're bringing in your house.
Yeah. That's a
Because
good question.
they got all kind of spirits with them.
Man.
They're bringing spirits that are unfamiliar to you into your house.
He had no expectation.
You had no expectation. You had no expectation. We had a brother we met at the mall, at River Center Mall, and he gave us a sob story. We brought him into the brother's house. Brother Moses, right?
Yeah, Moses Angel. That's what
his name
he
was-
called himself Moses Angel.
Moses Angel.
That's
Never give us a
red
red
flag right there.
You can't get no more spiritual. You have Moses Angel, right?
What's your name? My name is Shamshuan. What's your name? My name is this brother. Blah, blah, blah. Hebrew. Well, what's your name? Moses Angel.
Moses Angel. We let Moses Angel in the house, and by the morning, everybody's wallet was gone.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's wallet was
Everybody
gone.
was gone. The ID.
And he got up early too. He got up because we get up early.
Yeah.
He got up early. He had to get up super early.
Oh yeah.
Moses.
Oh yeah. His name was Moses Angel.
Angel.
All he talked about was I do.
Yeah.
He said I know how to fight. I know how to. I do karate. All he talked about was fighting and like he did. I don't know what's up with him.
He never said he knew how to steal,
He never said.
Never said that.
and he never said he'd get up early to steal either.
But he got out like
he got out like that. We never seen him again. But you let people in the house because you got compassion on them.
Yeah.
You want the best for them. You try to be a brother. You try to be a sister. He said, let everybody in your house. Go ahead.
It says, is like as the partridge taken and kept in a cage.
It's like a bird in a cage.
Okay.
What is a bird in a cage trying to do?
Okay.
He's trying to get out. A bird in a cage is trying to get out.
This is a war.
So he said, like a bird in a cage, read.
So is the heart of the proud.
He said, so is the heart of the what?
Of the proud.
They can't wait to get the best of you.
So you're saying that there's a pride connection to this, and their heart is like I missed it out. But this person's spirit there's a pride connection to this dissembling spirit.
Right. The pride is that the arrogance about them is that they're gonna execute their will in your house. That's the pride
crazy.
aspect. I'm gonna do my
crazy.
will.
That's crazy.
And what I want in your house.
Now I see the connection because I've read for years. But that's the spirit.
Right.
I got enough gall. I got the gall.
Yeah, or the audacity.
The audacity to look at you crazy in your house.
In your house.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Let that go.
I don't have a house though. I'm looking at you crazy in yours.
I have the audacity to be in your house talking crazy.
I'm gonna expect favors.
Or you're kept talking crazy.
That's crazy too.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's the same spirit.
Yeah.
But that's what happens if you let a dissembler in the house.
Yeah.
They end up circumventing what you're building.
And they end up creating.
I was talking to a brother yesterday. I was like, listen, man, if the men that are working with you and they're in integral position of work are anti the direction you guys are going, you got to move away from these guys because the spirit will never honor the direction you're going if you have dissemblers amongst you. The spirit won't bless you. Scripture says, "Cast out the scorner, and contention will cease."
Yep.
You have to remove that spirit that's anti the direction everybody's going.
Can I say why?
I thought I did, but
I got a reason why too.
we'll keep going.
Because those spirits are dissemblers. What is the goal of a dissembler in certain settings? The goal is to cast the spirit of doubt.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible says to deal with people and strive with them, but what? Not to doubtful disputations.
Yes.
Because the spirit of a dissembler, yes, I hate. I'm the hater. Yes, it's a false appearance. But what is the end result and what is the residue that they leave behind? When the dissembler leaves out the building or the premises, they leave innocent spirits, sheep with a spirit of doubt and skepticism. Because the dissembler entertains a lot of skepticism.
Yep.
So when you have a bunch of sheep and this bad apple or these bad apples entertain the sheep, then they leave the residue of their filth on your sheep. And their filth is skepticism, hypercritical natures, doubt, and a deep level of fear. They entertain a lot of fear.
Oh,
slothfulness.
And this is the sentiment you have to take when running your house.
Yeah.
Or running the house of the Lord. So once again,
Yeah.
it's not about who's right and wrong, evil or wicked.
I don't know if it's going to work.
This is about maintaining the effectiveness of the body that you're responsible for.
Do you trust this guy? It's all these conversations about trust. Man, trust like takes 2 or 3 years to fix. Trust takes forever. Right?
Yeah.
It's not an easy fix. Oh, trust. I'll fix it next week. Trust takes years.
Yeah.
Months to years, depending on how much work you put in. You can't afford to have this nature around you in this type of situation.
But that's why the scriptures say, try the spirit by the spirit. If you don't understand the spirit, how you gonna try somebody by the spirit? You don't know the spirit.
And this is why the Most High puts all of us through all of these trials, especially amongst the body. Because we have to show the Most High that we're what? Trustworthy. Just like we can understand that amongst the body of Christ, we have to operate and show trust to gain trust. The Most High is the same way. This is why the Most High sits back here and he says he takes us through crooked paths. Wisdom takes us through crooked paths.
But you want me to trust you. So
he can trust us.
But you want me to trust you. This is what always blew me away about dissemblers. Even when I was a J guy. It's scary. You really want me to trust you and believe you. But you don't trust and believe me.
God.
So what's the common ground of this relationship? What's the common ground?
I win, you lose.
That's what it is.
That's the common ground.
It's a crazy. Why do you even want a relationship if you have a problem?
The hustle meets the hustler.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's dangerous and it's important to read the scriptures because the scripture will teach you how to keep your house clean. Not just physically, but keep your house clean and sometimes your house, keep those spirits out your house.
And the best solution is if you don't see things like we see things, then just be around people who see things like you and see where it takes you. And it's that simple.
Yeah.
So if a person's trying to destroy your physical home, then let them stay where they have to be.
Let Moses' angels be out there.
And be with find other Moses angels.
Yeah.
And it's okay. And let the Most High judge the Moses angel group. It's okay. It's not even that serious.
Yeah.
That's how you have to look at things.
Yep.
Let's continue in Proverbs. Kariah. Where you going, man? Huh? Damn, that's crazy. Salakia.
That's fast.
That was fast.
Time blew.
You ready?
My dog.
Come on, let's salute. Touch in.
Thank the Lord. Here we go.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Anyway, let me sit back here. Let me stop. It just hit me for a second. I'm sorry. The walk, the distance of the walk, it kind of hit. Remember that was a great show. They were always happy. Then they're doing cartwheels from A to B.
All the families had matching T-shirts.
Yes, they did. They
wholesome.
did. And the easy answer was $1. Right? That was always the easy one. Right? Anyway.
Adore Allah. Shal Shabbatah. Ban Yahawah. Ban Yasha'Allah.
Adar Yala. Shah Shabbatah. Ban Yahweh. Ban Yashua. Amash. Yahweh. Shah Shabbatah. Right.
This is a matter of just
Well, listen,
what makes sense.
I just want to tie it back in to the dissembler in Demetrius. Because Demetrius II was a dissembler whose he presented like he was with Jonathan, and then he switched on him when the matters wasn't convenient for him.
Well, he had to take the loss.
But he used you until he didn't want to use you anymore.
I can lie to you.
And all we're trying to do, there you go. But all we're trying to show is that Edom is a nation of dissemblers, but also Israel is a nation of dissemblers.
Yep.
It isn't just an Edomite thing. That's the point. So, Proverbs 26 and 25.
Proverbs chapter 26, verse 25. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there are 7 abominations in his heart.
There are 7 abominations in his heart.
You know what? Can you take this first seat right here?
Yes, please.
By the
please.
camera?
You're too far.
Yeah,
Into
thank
the
you.
voice.
He has a strong voice too.
And what I need you to
Better
do,
like the camera.
I need you to do me a favor. When you start to read, don't read with your head down. This is going to muffle your sound. Read up, present out, and try to read through the wall. Okay? So, Proverbs 26 and verse 25.
Proverbs chapter 26, verse 25. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there are 7 abominations in his heart.
Because the dissembler is always going to communicate like he's got your best interest in the front. But there's just certain people that like to operate and act one way in front of you and be different when you're not around.
Now, when we're Jake, we call him two-faced.
Yeah.
We call him two-faced. We call him snakes. We call him fake people. Some people call them synthetics.
Who says that? Is that some new term out that's going on in the streets?
There's a little comment
Synthetics?
section. Cause there's people that are clones out there.
That's like a gin, whatever you guys are. What's the new gin name? I don't know, man.
Gen Alpha.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Listen,
Z, I guess, Generation Z.
listen, all those gins, bro, whatever it is, that's what they call it, a synthetic side.
Some people call
y'all robots out here in the streets.
It's like clone people out there. Like they took the DNA, cloned them out as a fake version of them.
Come on now.
But either way, the Bible calls it a dissembler, and everything in life goes back to the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's so good that we keep reading the scriptures.
God. So read that, sir. 26 and 25.
Proverbs,
Matt, go to 24 again. Just run through it.
Proverbs chapter
26.
26, verse 24. He that hateth dissembleth with his lips.
So some people hate you directly. Most time, listen. That's honorable. It's honorable to have a person have an issue with somebody directly. The Most High don't really sit back and have a problem with that as much as the person that hates and secretly hates you. Those are the ones the Most High got a problem with. Not a war, the Most High. Read on.
And lays up deceit within them.
That's the part. That's the scary part.
Because everything you say is fake.
Well,
if I know how to communicate with you and I create the illusion that I'm with you, it's really deceitful because I'm not really with you.
and also too, you can't be a peacemaker. Listen, bro, I've had people have problems before, and they say, "I think the ABCFG." The best part about it is that you have a chance now to disprove them. Well, if this is what you think, brother, then let me shift and adjust my conduct for the next 3-4 months, and maybe I can. Maybe I can reverse that thinking with my conduct. But when you don't know someone hates you, you don't know what your conduct's doing that is inspiring that perspective. So they're laying deceit, and they're collecting more and more reasons to hate you. That's another reason why I hate this guy. You're writing down my little book of hatred and put it in my pocket. Well, let me read your book of hatred so I can, if there's anything I can fix as a brother, okay, I can fix that. I can fix that. I can't fix that. I can't fix that. But you can't even be man to man and straight up and forward and be honorable with people like this. They kill your ability to be honorable because they're so secretive.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't give you the chance to be a peacemaker. It's not that we want to hate and I was going to argue and fight. I don't even get a chance to, in court. We'll call in court when you got a chance to defend yourself.
Yeah, that.
Let me defend myself in the court of the camp or the household or business.
Or if I messed up, can I change?
I fix it? If you're right,
if I did you wrong, can you give me a chance to show I'm not the same person?
but if you don't say anything, and you don't project communication, then I don't even have the chance to fix it if I was off or if I made a mistake.
But how about you? The person who's dissembling don't want you to change
That's the
because they don't really think you're that bad. They just don't like you.
They really hate
They
you.
don't like what you stand for. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll continue.
Verse 25. When he speaketh fair, believe him not. For there are 7 abominations in his heart.
7 just means a complete amount of abominations. And whether it's talking about Demetrius, I know Jonathan knows that there's only a limit to how much Demetrius is going to sit back and work with him. But you have to do it. But he knows in the back of his mind, this guy can go sideways any minute.
This is the scary part. I had to keep interrupting that. The scary part is that when you have a sibling, there's the idea that I can trust this person. There's the idea I can depend on this person. And then one day you wake up and you put all your eggs in multiple baskets, but you might have put your egg in the basket with a similar person. You might have put trust and energy into a person to hold you down when times get hard. And you realize this person's not for your best interest. I had a friend of mine that grew up like that. This guy, he told everybody, man, I know you guys love me. I know you're my best friends. I know you're there for me. And I know you do anything for me. That night, he died that night, right?
Mm-hmm.
And everybody that was supposed to help him ran and left him out there just to bleed. He just died in public. But he had trusted that people would at least call ambulance, call a cop, or help, or do something, or be there for him. But the appearance of his friendships weren't genuine.
Mm-hmm.
So if you put and invest friendship, because we do it with people that are 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, teenagers. If you're investing in friendship with people, make sure you try your friends and improve your friends to see if they really are there for you like you're there for them.
Done. But let's continue. Real quick to answer your question, sis. The prayers we pray in the morning on Sabbath, they're just the Sabbath prayers that we have chosen to pray. It is not required to pray this on the Sabbath. It is not an expectation. This is just the routine we go through on the Sabbath day. We set up certain prayers we pray in conscience of the Most High. But that is not something everybody uniformly has to do. It's not in the law. It's not a commandment. This is what we do. We send the prayers up in this certain way. But it's not a required set of prayers that we pray. But let's continue. Proverbs 26 and 26.
Verse 26. Whose hatred is covered by deceit. His wickedness shall be showed before the whole congregation.
Listen, even scripturally, the Most High says, go to Jeremiah 42 and 20. Jeremiah 42 and 20.
Jeremiah chapter 42, verse 20.
Matter of fact, give me verse 19 and 20.
Verse 19.
Yes, sir.
The Most High has said concerning you, O ye remnant of Judah, go ye not into Egypt. No, certainly, I have admonished you this day.
So this is when, after Israel fell in 586 BC, Jeremiah had an opportunity to leave to Babylon to be taken care of. He stayed in Jerusalem with a handful of Jews that were left, that were just farmers that were there to farm and tend to the land and send crops to the Babylonians.
Mm-hmm.
A handful of them said, let's go to Egypt and let's get the hell out of Israel.
Yeah.
They sat back here and asked Jeremiah to go pray to the Most High and see if it was right in the smart move to leave Israel and go to Egypt. Jeremiah ends up saying, give me a day and I'll let you know. He prays to the Most High, tells him, no, let's not go. The Most High don't want us to leave to go to Egypt. The people said, we're going to go to Egypt anyway.
Okay, what's that about?
Listen,
What's that about?
I don't want to change the topic completely. But the Most High is talking to the Jews that want to leave to Egypt and not accept the punishment that's waiting for them in Israel or in Babylon. Read on.
Verse 20. For ye dissembled in your hearts.
The Most High has issues with Israel that dissembles in their hearts towards him.
Wow.
So whether you're fake towards the Most High and you present that you love the Most High and you say it with your words, but in your heart you don't live it.
With their mouth, they show much love.
He hates that spirit too. He hates the spirit of you. I love the Most High. I care about the Most High. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatah, but I don't change what's inside of me. He hates that spirit just as much as he hates the person that will front like he cares about another brother or sister, but not really be that person.
And such one went that topic, I think last Wednesday, obviously Wednesday, right? Last Wednesday, he kind of went the topic of spirits going to the Passover, and you got to make it right with the people around you and present the true person and be real and sincere and authentic, because the Lord hates the something too.
Right. What Christ says that, he said, or Christ said he was warning the Pharisees, or not the Pharisees, the disciples of the leaven of the Pharisees, which is hypocrisy.
Yep.
Meaning you put on a show. You're not the same person that you present yourself on the outside to be on the inside. The inside and the outside person don't match. They don't line up.
Oh.
You present yourself spiritual, but inside you still got malice and anger and wrath and hate towards your people.
And that's the very definition of a dissembler. How you act on the outside is how you are on the inside. Continue in that verse.
Verse 20. For ye dissembled in your hearts, when ye sent me unto the Lord your power, saying, pray for us unto the Lord our power, and according unto all that the Lord our power shall say, so declare unto us, and we will do it.
So, what Jeremiah is telling the people, remember I just said earlier, the people are like Jeremiah, should we go to Egypt or not? We value your wisdom, you're a great prophet. Pray to the Most High and see what the Most High tells you. Jeremiah prayed to the Most High, and Moses said, tell them to stay. Jeremiah tells them to stay, and they said, no, we're getting the hell out of here anyway, dog. You coming with us, dog.
They gonna come with us?
They made Jeremiah come with them, because Jeremiah was like insurance policy.
Yeah, we gonna get the story.
Like Jeremiah, they won't kill Jeremiah, so we're gonna bring him with us.
That's messed up.
And Jeremiah's like, you really weren't honest about inquiring of the Lord anyway. If you was going to do it regardless and just go, why'd you ask me to pray to the Most High for it then?
Well, it's what we do that.
But that's the point. We do that means we're bad people.
Look, we say, Lord, I promise you I'm never going to do this again. And then a week later, we doing it again. We
wonder why the Most High don't hear our prayers. Yeah. Listen, but once again, the Most High really constantly attacks.
Please stop.
But what the Most High does, he attacks the individual that presents like they're trying to change, but they're really not changing. Presents like they're really trying to make all these adjustments, but they really don't do it. Most High hates that spirit. Either you're going to be about the change or not. Playing that game, the Most High doesn't feel that. So this is what the Most High is trying to do in our life. Is push us to that decision where we're going to actually be serious about the adjustments we're about. But anyway, that's it. We're going back to the story because we're never going to leave this topic.
No, I love it, but
Man,
some
one
is the
more
whole
verse.
topic by
One
itself.
I guess we're not going. We will continue.
Isaiah 29:13.
You gotta go.
One more.
Let's
One
keep
more.
going.
Give the spirits.
You brought it up.
It is my fault.
Yeah, 29:13.
Isaiah chapter 29, verse 13. Wherefore, the Lord said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth.
They said our people always bring the Most High out of their what?
Their mouth.
Their mouth. They always talk about the Most High. They always talk about scriptures and spiritual changes.
Oh, yeah.
Amen, prayers, and everything. Read on.
And with their
Being
lips,
humble.
Being
Humble.
Humble, yeah.
Being humble.
That's a silent H.
Yes, it's humble.
That's how.
I'm too humble to
Yeah,
pronounce the
that's what I'm saying. You even say the H.
H. Yeah. See?
and with their lips do honor me,
He said, but they honor me with their lips. Read on.
but have removed their heart far from me.
He said, but where's the heart at? Where's their mind at? He said it's far from them. So our people have mastered the ability to speak one thing, but not really believe that, what they say,
Mm-hmm.
and be about what they say. And the Most High knows this two-sided nature of His people. We carry this duality of falsity amongst the nation. As the Most High notice about us. Read.
And their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men.
Right. So now it's more so tradition, more than it is making spiritual changes. But we'll follow a tradition. We'll follow a holiday. It'd be about a holiday and a barbecue and a heartbeat. But we're not about change. We're not about matching the intentions with what we say we're going to do and being about our word. We're not really good people about our word. We make a promise to the Most High. I ain't going to do that no more, Lord. We break it the same day. So the Most High understands this about us, and that's the issue that He has with us, is the fact that He knows that there's some deceit amongst us. There's some dissembling amongst us in our hearts. You let that go.
Okay. So let's go back and let's get to 1 Maccabees 11, verse 54. Matter of fact, give me verse 53. 1 Maccabees 11, verse 53.
1 Maccabees chapter 11, verse 53. Nevertheless, he dissembled in all that ever he spake, and estranged himself from Jonathan. Neither rewarded he him according to the benefits which he had received of him, but troubled him very sore.
Mm-hmm.
After this returned
Tryphon. Mm-hmm.
and with him the young child
Antiochus. Antiochus the sixth, to be specific. Read on.
who reigned and was crowned.
So what happened is Demetrius was kicked out of Antioch. I think he went to Cilicia. And Tryphon was the regent for Antiochus the sixth. Antiochus the sixth was still young. So Tryphon was his regent. So Tryphon was really running things. He was the financial backer. And he ended up being the actual king until Antiochus the sixth came of age. Okay? So what's happening is Demetrius II is running out of all his options and still burning bridges as he's going down this path. Read on. No, hold on. Let's go
Specifically with his military, right?
with his military specifically. Let's finish up in the Josephus and continue and finish up chapter 3. Do you have that line in the Josephus? Yeah, I want you to do the Josephus. I need you to come in here and get saluted in.
You want to put a chair right?
No, he's right there, man.
He's right.
Right there, man.
Plays football.
Don't get super close to him, man.
Yahweh, Shah Shabbatah, Bani Shar, Bani Shala.
Yahweh Rakah, Shah Shabbatah, Bani Shar, Bani Shala. I'm on you. Yahweh Shemah Shabbatah.
Yahweh Shemah Shabbatah.
That's from 707, man, or what, man? All that stuff, man. Anyway, we'll talk about it. Okay, let's do this. What line was it in the Josephus?
What was that line 143?
It says, for he now returned out of Arabia.
144.
144.
Page 344. It's at the bottom of the page.
Antiquities of the Jews, chapter
No, book 13,
yeah.
chapter
Antiquities of the
5.
Jews,
Yes.
Book 13, chapter 5, line 144.
Okay.
For he now returned out of
Arabia.
Arabia into Syria with the child Antiochus, for he was yet in age of a youth, and put the
Diadem.
diadem of his head, and as the whole forces that had left Demetrius, because they had no pay, came to his assistance, he made war upon Demetrius.
So what happened is the soldiers that worked for Demetrius in Antioch switched sides and defended Antiochus VI, who Tryphon was in charge of. Read on. Trypho.
And joining battle with him, overcame him in the fight, and took from him both his elephants and the city of Antioch.
Antioch. So Trypho took Demetrius' elephants that Demetrius stole from Ptolemy.
You stole some, I
They
stole.
just keep stealing elephants and it's giving these
What's about the elephants?
It's hard to deal. It's not. It's hard to
the
stop.
elephants.
It's hard to stop drunk elephants out.
It's like tanks.
Yeah.
But and that's what.
Exactly.
And you just get them drunk, you get them angry out. Remember, I think it was
The mulberry trees.
yeah, it was mulberry root and wine out.
Turn them up. They get
Mulberry
turned
fruit
up.
and wine.
You know the zoo
They
guy.
going crazy.
Throw a little mulberry in there at the zoo.
And sprinkle some wine out, and they gonna sit back here and
You
run
don't
through
see
a
what the
wall.
real
out.
elephants about.
You got a bucket of that.
Nobody wants to deal with those guys. Anyway,
Come
what's the point? The point is now Trypho and Antiochus VI are in power in Antioch. Demetrius II is on the run. He cut off ties and has issues with Jonathan. And we're going to read now that Jonathan ends up takes the side of Trypho and Antiochus VI.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're at war. They're about to be at war with Demetrius II.
And Trypho is in a Josephus, but Tryphon is in Apocrypha. Same guy.
Got it. Okay, so let's get verse 55 in the Apocrypha. 55 and 56.
First Maccabees, chapter 11, verse 55. Then there gathered unto him all the men of war, whom Demetrius had put away, and they fought against Demetrius, who turned his back and fled. Moreover, Tryphon took the elephants and won Antioch.
Keep going, verse 57 and 58.
At that time, young Antiochus wrote unto Jonathan, saying, I confirm thee in the high priesthood, and appoint thee ruler over the four governments, and to be one of the king's friends.
So Antiochus VI ended up sitting back here and saying, you're one of the king's friends. I acknowledge your priesthood. This is what the United States does. They'll sit back here and say, we acknowledge the sovereignty of Taiwan.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. And blowing off the UN's acknowledgement that Taiwan is part of China. And just because the United States says we respect Taiwan's sovereignty, then what does that mean? Now we're going to aggravate China and send Taiwan a bunch of weapons.
Yeah.
And sit back here and give China grief.
Brother against brother.
It's just like saying, hey, we respect the sovereignty of Ukraine. We're going to back these Ukrainians. If they want to be part of NATO, let them be part of NATO. Is it really about that?
It looks like
Or if they want to sit back here and put a military base in Ukraine, which is a hop, skip, and a jump near Russia, where they can sit back here and bomb. Listen, what's happening in Ukraine? They're bombing. They're close enough so they can bomb strategic locations in Russia. This is what Russia didn't want from the beginning.
That's why it turns out.
Russia said, listen, we are not going to accept NATO getting 1 inch closer. Then the United States says, well, I respect Ukraine's sovereignty.
There you go.
If they want to be part of NATO, let them be part of NATO.
Under the pretense of being a fair and just guy. It's once again the spirit of dissembling.
Okay?
Because that's your true intention. Was your true intention that you just
not.
really want to see these
We want to
guys
put a
do
base. We want to put a base and put nuclear weapons in Ukraine.
and this is a key point. To serve your interest, to serve the interest, let's project this good side.
Okay? Because what Trypho through Antiochus VI is saying, I acknowledge you to be the high priest and leader of those regions. So, because I acknowledge you, to be the high priest, we're going to eventually need your soldiers.
Yep.
Because what you're going to read about is after Antiochus VI says, I acknowledge your sovereignty. Now I want you to sit back and recruit an army force. Because that's literally what Jonathan has to do. It's not for, the sovereignty isn't for free.
No different than first, initially, blacks couldn't serve in the military in America. Right. But as soon as the Civil War popped off, we're going to make some amendments. Free them so they can fight.
Yeah.
Let's make some amendments so they can get on this battlefield.
Yes. And but the funny thing is, that's when on the Civil War level, that's for the blacks and that's for the South. Because at the same time, the South kept slaving. They were some slaving damn people in the South, right? They was okay with running black folks in the cotton field and making them work, right? At the same time, Britain was abolishing slavery. I don't know if y'all knew that. At the time of the Civil War, Britain was abolishing slavery, and they were using their navy to stop slave ships from going from A to B, whether it's from the west coast of Africa to the Americas or from the east coast of Africa all the way to India and Iraq and all the Saudi Arabian countries.
Because they're just good guys, right?
Because, first of all, because black people were being sent into slavery on both sides. It wasn't just the west coast of Africa, which was the transatlantic. It was the trans-Saharan slave trade also that people don't talk about. That was even worse. That was even worse going east. Because them Arabs were really doing us dirty.
They're roots of the women, especially.
No, they were worse with the guys. They were cutting the men's.
Well, they're cutting that out.
You can't.
Well, that's pretty bad
You can't
too.
just sit back and act like that's nothing. That's
right.
the worst thing ever.
But it is the worst thing
Anyway, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is the British were sitting back here and eliminating slavery, but at the same time, we're financing the slave trading South to take over the free North. Mm-hmm. Why would they do that? I thought they were against slavery.
Divide and conquer.
It was about taking America. That's what the Civil War was always about. The Civil War, the British military and the Navy were stationed in Canada waiting for the North to fall because they were going to take the North. The French were literally stationed near San Francisco. They were going to take the South. They were going to divvy up America for themselves because of all the war debt they accrued during the wars between the French and the British. Remember the French sat back here and sold parts of the United States to the Americas?
The Louisiana Purchase.
The Louisiana Purchase to pay for war against the British. The French wanted they owed it for ice. They want their money back.
Yeah.
They want their land back.
I sure would like to have my land.
And Europe and England wanted their land. They wanted United States land a second time. There were 3 separate wars that the British were fighting the United States to get power over the region. What's my point? My point is that there was hypocrisy there. Europe was choosing the South, knowing that it was against Europeans' policies. One of the things that Abraham Lincoln did to back off the British was to leak that the British was funding the South, who was promoting slavery. And when Lincoln did that, it brought backlash to Britain and made them look like the biggest hypocrites on earth, and Britain had to back out. But Britain was sitting back here. What Britain was doing to start the war, Britain was saying, don't send your textiles, don't send your cotton up north. We will buy your cotton at a more expensive price. We'll pay more for your cotton. Don't send it up north. Why would you do that? You were trying to destroy the industrial capacity of the northern part of America. So the North said, hell no. We're not going to let you sit back here and send your cotton, all these textiles up to Britain and box us out and destroy us. And that's when the fighting started. What's the point? All I'm bringing out is countries establish sovereignty with people all the time, but the sovereignty is all about a political position. So I can get leverage in the region. So Antiochus is saying, you know what, Jew, we like you. We established you guys have to be priests, and I'm going to call you priests. Hi, priest Jonathan, I love you, and I'm gonna kiss a little nigger head. Mwah! I love you, but I need you to go gather an army force
That's
and
why I
go,
really
and
know.
go all through. Because what they're about to tell Jonathan is go down the coast and get these Philistines to fight for us. Your Jew army and these Philistines all around the coast, get them together, and then get ready to fight Demetrius for us. This is what this is all about. This is the guise of sovereignty. It's always about that. There's this group in China called the Uyghurs, and they're trying to finance these Uyghurs to fight against the Chinese. And what the United States is saying, we acknowledge and support the sovereignty of the Uyghurs. We're going to give them these money so they can fight these battles and weaken China.
They like to use the terms, they have the right to exist.
The right to exist, sovereignty, all this craziness. But I'm using these guys to politically leverage the destruction of a country.
Didn't say the Palestinians though. You didn't say we acknowledge.
No.
We acknowledge the right to live with the Palestinians. They have the right to exist. Never said that.
Huh? Well, how about that'll change it up? But no, I get you. How about the funny thing is, how about Netanyahu invested $35 billion into paying for the Hamas government to be sustained, because Hamas is just a government. Hamas is not the Palestinian people. Hamas is a political party. So when you hear Hamas, it's just like saying Republicans. Hamas is like saying Democrats. So they said Netanyahu paid for Hamas through Qatar, because all the leaders of Hamas live in Qatar. They don't even live in Palestine. So Netanyahu was paying the Palestinian leadership called the Hamas in Qatar to sit back here and initiate all of these
Divisions.
catastrophic scenarios. All that crap that happened in October 7th in Israel to start this whole thing off, they financed it, told their soldiers in Israel to back down so Hamas could go in and invade them.
To give
But
reason.
Hamas was on the Israeli payroll. So they needed a pretense to get in there in the first place.
Yep.
So they can destroy the whole place up and kill the people who aren't aligned to the political party of Hamas. It's no different. They use Hamas like the U.S. uses ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban.
And ICE in America.
Con. It's just they use these guys to sit back here and create chaos in the region. Anyway,
Destabilize.
we're going to destabilize. So
So the devil
But-
has the same. He
it's the
plays
same
song.
playbook.
He plays
It's the same.
song
It's the
over
same flute everywhere you go.
and over.
Okay. So now let's go back to 1 Maccabees 11 and verse 57.
First Maccabees chapter 11, verse 57. At that time, young Antiochus wrote unto Jonathan, saying, I confirm thee in the high priesthood, and appoint thee ruler over the 4 governments,
Mm-hmm.
to be one of the ruler's friends, king's friends.
Read on.
Upon this, he sent him golden vessels to be served in, and gave him leave to drink in gold, and to be clothed in purple,
Yes, it's special to drink and go with that. Read on.
and to wear a golden buckle. His brother Simon also he made captain from the place called the Ladder of
Tyrus.
unto the borders of Egypt.
I had this ladder of Tyrus. I don't know what I did with it, man. The ladder of Tyrus is a region. There it is. Perfect. I knew I had it. I just didn't know if I Give me 1 second. I want to find it. Yeah. Oh, why? This one takes forever to get there, man. I'm getting there, y'all. Just give me 1 second. The ladder of Tyre. This one doesn't show it, but this one shows it. Okay, you know what? I do have the image. Let me see. The ladder of Tyre. The reason I didn't put the picture on it because we already got it. One second, y'all. Is that the one? I think so. The ladder of Tyre. I know it's in Syrophoenicia. I know that, but I don't think that's the one I'm looking for. What's this one? And I know I have this somewhere. It might not say ladder of Tyre, but sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to here it is. Well, it's not it, but the ladder of Tyre is in that region of Tyre in Zidon. Okay, it's up here at the top. You'll see Tyre and Zidon, and that region is near Galilee. Okay, so what they're saying is Simon at the time had jurisdiction over the northern quadrant of the region where Israel kind of facilitated themselves, like in Galilee, which is where our people were at, all the way down, scattered to some in Gilead and some in Judea. But Simon had the northern region near Tyre that he had jurisdiction over. The point is, what Antiochus VI was responsible for was allocating who was going to be the military presence in the region. And there was different times we had shown that we was able to whip everybody else up. So we was going to be the preeminent military force that backed this region up. And what's happening is Antiochus VI needs to make sure that we go through this entire Syro-Syrian region and eliminate anybody that's still pro Demetrius II. Because just because Demetrius II lost Antioch, Demetrius II hadn't lost the entire realm yet. Does that make sense? So what they're asking Jonathan to do is to cover this entire region and make sure everybody in the region follows follows Alexander VI and not Demetrius II. Any questions on that? I know I'm kind of going fast. We're good so far? Okay. So let's continue. 50. What are you at? Read 59.
First Maccabees chapter 11, verse 59. His brother Simon also he made captain from the place called the Ladder of Tyrus into the borders of Egypt.
So what he's saying is, Simon had military jurisdiction from Tyre all the way down to Egypt. That was the region he was in control of. But that's an honor, but it's a hell of a job because you got to go through all of these towns and say, listen, get down or lay down for Alexander or Antiochus VI. So that's not some easy thing. You almost got to bring military press in there and say, listen, there was a coup regime change, and now you guys got to follow the new guy. So it's an honor. But listen, this is why. Why am I taking my time to explain this also? Israel a lot of times says, yeah, man, I'm not going to go there. Just keep that in mind. Let's go to Josephus, paragraph 4 now.
Antiquity of the Jews. Book 13, 5.
Paragraph 4.
Line 145.
Mm-hmm.
Demetrius, upon this defeat, returned into Cilicia. With the child Antiochus sent ambassadors and an epistle to Jonathan, and made him his friend, confederate, and confirmed to him the high priesthood, and yielded up to him the 4 prefectures which had been added to
Judea. The 4 prefectures are the 4 regions that Judea had jurisdiction over. Read on.
Moreover, he sent him vessels and cups of gold,
brides,
and a purple garment, and gave him leave to use them. He also presented him with a golden button.
So what is he doing? I give you sovereignty and I give you the clothes to prove you're rich and you got the power. You can make moves.
Yeah.
Read on.
And styled him one of his principal friends.
But listen, didn't Demetrius II call Jonathan his friend too?
God.
It's all hustle. It's all hustle.
A lot of fake friends.
A lot of fake friends, huh?
Only
No friends in the industry, huh?
Only if you do me a favor.
No friends in the industry, huh? It's the truth. But keep going, I'm sorry.
And appointed his brothers.
So what you gonna say? I'm sorry.
No, I said it's based upon what favor you'll do for them.
Mhm.
It's not about a real friendship. It's more so when you stick your neck out and throw yourself in battle for me. You know, if you won't, then we're not friends.
Yeah. You know what it is? This is how Esau thinks now. I'm not going to take care of your country. I'm not giving your country a bunch of money. But what I'll do, I'm going to give you a gold cup. I'm going to give you a gold robe. I'm going to put money into you so you deal with all that pressure.
Or I'm gonna
Isn't that what happens to regime change operations?
Or I'm gonna give
Listen, Zelensky is a billionaire. You know, Vladimir Zelensky has homes in Miami and all in Monaco, all these places around the world. He's been given all this money, and he buys it all in his mama's name, so it can't be traced to him that he's taking all this bribe money.
She's rich though. She's a big.
Listen, she's a
She's
bazillionaire.
got
Right?
the money.
What's my point? Listen, high-ranking guys of state are driving like Lamborghinis in Ukraine on gold rims. Why is that? Because they're about off, but everybody else is struggling. That's how it goes. So what they're doing is, I'm gonna give you riches, Jonathan. Do the dirty work, and then I can pay one guy. I'm not paying the whole country. And that's what happens in Africa. All these African guys, the leaders, they get paid they're rich. They can get whatever they want, they got. But take these IMF loans, put the country in debt, and take all the natural resources, and I'll make one guy rich, and you got to deal with all the civil unrest. You deal with the civil unrest, you're the fall guy. That's the game. And they're doing the same thing to John. Okay? Let's continue in the Josephus. Hello?
And he appointed his brother Simon to the general over the forces, and the latter of Tyre unto Egypt. So Jonathan was so pleased with these grants made him by Antiochus, that he sent ambassadors to him, and to Typho professed him to their friends and confederates.
What's crazy is Antiochus the sixth gave Jonathan the most power of all of the leaders leading up to him. He was given the military power over the entire region. Nobody else gave Jonathan that much power. The leaders before Jonathan just gave him the power to be the high priest in his city. And they didn't give him the power to take out the Accra, the citadel.
Yeah.
So this is the first king that says, man, you not only do you take over your area, you got to sit back here and be the leading general over the entire region. That was the level of respect and power that he was granted. Okay? So it's a major honor, and Jonathan is like, man, these guys really gave me some damn position now to make a difference. But keep that in mind. Continue.
And said he would join with them in a war against Demetrius, informing him that he had made no proper returns for the kindness that he had done him, for that when he had received many marks of kindness from him, when he stood in great need of them, he, for such good terms, requited him with further injuries.
All he's saying is that, he says, you know what, for all the good I did Demetrius II, we got screwed over in the deal. Demetrius didn't take care of us. Demetrius didn't look after us. Demetrius didn't consider what we needed. This is what, so he says, I will gladly switch sides and deal with Trypho and Antiochus VI, if that means we get looked after and considered. Okay? That's all that paragraph. Let's go now to, let's read paragraph 5.
Paragraph 5, 148. So Antiochus gave Jonathan leave to raise himself a numerous army out of Syria
And Phoenicia,
and Phoenicia,
which is Tyre and Zidon.
and to make war against Demetrius' generals. Whereupon he went in haste to the several cities, which received him splendidly indeed, but put no force into his hand.
So, what's happening is this. Jonathan is given the orders by Antiochus to go build an army to go fight against Demetrius II. he says while they start going, and you see the map from Tyre and Zidon, they're working away from Tyre and Zidon all the way south. The goal is to sit back here and gather as much of an army as possible to get ready to fight the remaining soldiers of fortune that are backing Demetrius II. They're saying as they're going through this process, the people that they're introducing, these Tyrian Zidonian people, they're receiving them, they're giving them respect, but they're still not giving them any soldiers. They're still not giving up their soldiers to help the Jew fight their battle for Antiochus VI. But there is peace and there's respect, but they're not giving him any soldiers to help. Read on.
And when he was come from thence of Ascalon.
Ascalon is one of the countries which right here he was going all the way down. Ascalon is near Ashdod and Jamnia and Gaza. Ashkelon is like the Philistines to the far left of Judea in the map. So this is by the time they got to Ascalon, okay, a Philistine city.
The inhabitants of Ascalon came and brought him presents and met him in a splendid manner. He exhorted them, and everyone of the cities of
Syria.
Syria
is the region that they're going to try to manage, okay, and recruit men. Read on.
To forsake Demetrius and to join with
Antiochus. So what's happening is, like I said, Jonathan is trying to recruit all of these cities to switch allegiances. Just because Demetrius lost one city in Antioch didn't mean that the entire region had fallen yet. Jonathan is trying to get them to switch sides. Read on.
And in assisting him to endeavor to punish Demetrius for what offenses he had been guilty of against themselves.
So he's saying, listen, you know Demetrius has screwed you guys over also. Come with us and we'll fight Demetrius together and get the region to be more secure for all of us. Read on.
And told them there were many reasons for that their produce.
For their procedure.
If they had a mind so to do.
Mm-hmm.
And when he had persuaded those cities to promise their assistance to Antiochus, he came to Gaza in order to induce them also to be friends to Antiochus. But he found the inhabitants of Gaza much more alienated for him than he expected.
So he says by the time he got to Gaza, which was the last city, as you see on this map, leading in this region before you get to Egypt, he says these people in Gaza, we're going to read, they weren't very kind. They weren't very complimentary to the needs of what Jonathan was taking. Okay? Let's continue. What line are we at? Okay.
But he found the inhabitants of Gaza much more
alienated
for him than he is expected. For they had shut their gates against him.
So listen, the Gazan people sat back here and just closed the gates and didn't let nobody in. They didn't accept them at all. I guess they were still pro-Demetrius. Read on.
And although they had deserted Demetrius.
So what they're saying is they didn't even sit back here and follow Demetrius at this point. Read on.
They had not resolved to join themselves to Antiochus.
So they're saying these people in Gaza said, well, okay, we're not going to follow. We're definitely not going to follow Demetrius, but we're not sure if we want to follow this Antiochus VI guy. So we're not going to let you in. We don't care about what you're pitching. We ain't catching.
No.
You get what I mean. But keep going.
Come on.
This is the book.
It's a sales pitch.
I'm just
I'm catching the sales pitch.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on, man. See? Well, let's keep going now.
This provoked Jonathan to seize them and to harass their country. But as he set apart,
It says, this provoked Jonathan to besiege them and to harass their country. So now John's like, okay, you're going to close the gates. We're going to besiege you and sit back here and shut you out and break you down. Read on.
For as he set a part of his army round about Gaza itself, so with the rest of the array their land.
So with the rest, he overran their land. Read on.
And spoiled it, and burned what was in it.
And burden, take your time and just take your time to enunciate. And burden what was in it. It said, well, mine said burden.
This one said burn.
Okay. Okay, burned, burden. They messed it up. All they're saying is they burned or burdened the surrounding area of the besieged city. Just because you have people that live in the city, everybody don't live in the city. You have people that live in the periphery of the city. And he says they were tearing up all that region around the fortified city of Gaza. Read on.
When the inhabitants of Gaza saw themselves in the state of affliction, and that no assistance came to them from Demetrius.
But they sat back here and said they didn't want to deal with Demetrius in the first place. But now they're besieged, they're in the trick bag, and they're like, damn, Demetrius ain't backing us up. We should have took the better deal. We messed up because we didn't take the deal. They should have, all they had to do was say, come on in, we'll go with Antiochus VI. But now they're in a situation where the sky's falling, everything's messed up, and they're on the verge of their whole city being burnt down. Read on.
That was distress, them was at hand.
Read it from the top where it says, when the inhabitants of Gaza.
Okay, when the inhabitants of Gaza saw themselves in this state of affliction, and that no assistance came to them from Demetrius, that what distressed them was at hand, or what should profit them was still at a great distance.
So he's saying they're in the middle of a very difficult situation, and it ain't gonna get any better anytime soon.
That's the cost. That's the punishment or the downside of staying neutral.
Yep.
And not picking a side.
Yep. And just not wanting to adapt to the changing of society. We talked about that with Jonathan. This is why Jonathan had to keep adapting. He had to keep adapting, or your city and your people have to deal with the consequences. And that's a difficult situation sometimes. So now the people in Gaza are struggling. They're cut off from their food supply. Now they're in a bad spot. Read on.
And it was uncertain whether it would come at all or not.
So it was uncertain if there'll be any light at the end of the tunnel from their based on their decisions. Read on.
They thought it would be prudent to leave off, any longer continuing with it.
So it said they thought it would be prudent conduct to leave off any longer continuance with him. Read on.
And to cultivate friendship with the other. So they said to Jonathan.
So they said, listen, we're going to stop sitting back here and fighting with this dude. They got us cornered. Let's send an ambassador of peace. But the crazy thing is, why sit back here? As soon as he besieged it, they should have sat back here and cut it off. But no, people got to learn the hard way. And this is what the next line explains. And this next line is something that all of us should be conscious of in life. Read on.
And profess and would be his friends, and afford him assistance. For such is the temper of man.
He says, for such is the temper of man. This is how man, women, children think. This is our disposition. This is how we process things. Read on.
That before they have had the trial of great affliction.
He says, before you start catching hell, before the trial of affliction comes in your life, read on.
They do not understand what is for their advantage.
Exactly. He said, this is the trial of man. That before they start catching hell and catching affliction, they don't realize what they're supposed to do is really a better deal than what they're about to face down the line. If Israel just learned to just be obedient and do what you're told ahead of time
For your own good.
you would sit back here and avoid suffering so much catastrophe
true.
in your life.
I think you should say that again.
I know. That's why I'm going to slow this down. Read this line again. Don't forget the story. The story is these people in Gaza.
Yeah.
Everybody's smiling and cooking chicken out and living their life in Gaza. Jonathan just rolls with his army and says, hey, I'm representing Antiochus the Sixth. What's his name? Frank is gone. Like his Scarface. If you know, you know it. You don't know that one? That's a great line. I get Scarface. Frank is finished?
Frank is finished is great.
That Frank is finished?
It was good, bro.
Nobody remembers that one?
Everybody cares the detail.
Come on, you remember that, right?
Man, I haven't watched that.
Come
I haven't watched
on.
that in 20 years, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Come on,
It's been a long time.
It's a strong point.
That was a strong point, though. When Tony said Frank is finished, you coming with me? Anyway, point is this. Jonathan comes down to the people of Gaza and say, listen, Demetrius II is out of there. He lost his jurisdiction in Antioch. It's the time of Antiochus VI. It's his time. I'm representing him. I've talked to all of these countries all around the coastline of Philistia and Tyre. I need you to sit back and pledge your allegiance to Antiochus VI. And if you have any soldiers to spare, bring them on. We need them because we're going to sit back here and secure this region really soon. The people of God say, I don't know if we want to do this yet. We're undecided on what side we're going to take, so we're just going to close off these walls and not let you in. And what Josephus is explaining is so many people in their life think they have the opportunity to not follow good advice and to not change when they have the opportunity to change. And what he says is people only start to change and look at things and with the right mindset when they start dealing with crazy afflictions and suffering so much pain. Then people realize, damn, I should have just changed earlier. How many of us in our life face that every single day now? How many of us complain about our job and complain how messed up their job is, and then when they leave it, they got to work 2 jobs? Then you sit back and say, damn, maybe this other job wasn't that bad.
Am I
right or wrong?
If I knew then what I know now.
Maybe I would have just stuck to the situation, and maybe that would have been a little bit better than what I got now. But that goes in all realms of life, not just with working, but in all things. If I would have sat back here and listened to my parents earlier and listened to their advice earlier, maybe I wouldn't be suffering on my own now. This is the thinking that everybody deals with. But you don't see it until you lose time, until you lose in your circumstance, until your life falls apart.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, this is the temper of man. Read it again.
I don't know if he should say this is the temper of man, or this is the rebellion of man,
Yep.
or man doesn't. He said, man, read it again one more time.
152. So they sent to Jonathan to profess they would be his friends and afford him assistance. And such is the temper of man.
He said, for such is the temper of man. He's given us some insight on how men think, or how women think. Read on.
That before they had the trial of great affliction.
It says, before things get bad in your life, or in other words, before crap hits the fan. Read on.
They do not understand.
They do not what?
They do not understand.
He said they don't understand what?
What is for their advantage.
It says, so people don't know what good is until pain and suffering comes their way. You know, so the only thing that makes your ears open up to good advice, or to make you even consider good advice, or to even consider change, is pain and suffering. What that means is our people have to learn the hard way. That's what he's saying. It's unfortunate in what he's saying, is that but people have to learn the hard way, and the hard way is the only thing to get people to open up their ears to change or to good advice. That means you could have been giving them good advice for weeks, for months, for days, and for years. Will they listen to it? No. When will they decide to consider good advice? It's affliction. It's pain and suffering. Pain and suffering makes people open up their ears. You could have been telling them something for a long time, like months, years,
Time, bro.
and they just won't see it. They can't see it. They won't even consider it. Like, man, I know you've been telling me this for a long time, but I didn't believe I had to make this adjustment, or I didn't believe I had to make this change, or I didn't believe it was that serious for what you were saying. And then once they catch a little affliction, they catch some pain behind their decision making, or the lack of motion in their decision making. Then they come back and say, "Damn, that's when hindsight is 20/20."
Spirit just hit me. The Spirit just hit you now.
I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I knew you was, this option was offered to me, but I never listened to this option until pain comes your way. When pain knock on your door, now all of a sudden I'm answering it.
You're rational.
I'm rational. I'll consider what you say now. Or when all is lost, like the Robert Redford movie.
Oh yeah.
Everything's lost. Everything's lost. I done lost everything. Now I want to listen now. That's not just a teenage thing or a child thing, because parents, grandparents say a hard head make a soft tail.
Yep.
That's not just for young people. That's for old people too. That's not just disclosed to young population. A hard head make a soft butt. That's just people in general. People got to hit a wall, and they got to get broken up, and then they'll start listening. Read it again.
Line 152. So they sent to Jonathan, profess, and would be his friends, and afforded him assistance. For such is the temper of men, that before they had the trial,
When everything is cool, everything is okay. There's no threat. There's no harm, and there's no pain. Read on.
of great afflictions, they do not understand.
They do not what?
They do not understand what is for their advantage.
People don't know what good is until pain comes their way.
Fine, bro. I'm gonna tell you who also don't understand. Go to Daniel 12 and 10. There's a reason people don't understand.
Daniel chapter 12, verse 10.
Read that.
Many shall be purified and made white and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand.
The wicked don't understand.
That's the person understand, right?
Listen, the wicked don't understand. But listen, what's the only thing that gets the wicked to understand? Is affliction
Pain.
and pain. And then when pain comes, this is why I got to be in the spirit. But that works in reverse also. That means when things get comfortable, what starts to happen again? We get wicked.
No, we don't understand them.
That's my point. We don't understand. When things get comfortable, then we don't understand them. Then we get wicked again. So then the Most High has to sit back and do what? Bring more pain to us. Oh, now I understand what the Spirit's telling me. And then when things get good, I want to get wicked again. Isn't this what's happened to Demetrius?
Capo.
When there's war, Jews, I need the Jews. The Jews try to help us. Whew, everything's okay. Now I can be wicked again. Then all of a sudden, people are on the run.
There's no.
I need assistance. I need to pay for some army. Then when things get good, I don't need the army anymore. It's the same concept.
When there's no threat, now there's no. Now I'll have to be reasonable.
Now listen, I know a lot of our people. I'm sorry to cut you off. People are studying their asses off in the middle of adversity. And then when life regulates, people stop going in the Bible.
Yep.
Why? And then when you start going in the Bible, then the thoughts go left.
Can I pull it?
Yeah.
I got the reason.
I would love to know.
Proverbs 28 and 5. Solomon agrees with you.
Solomon agrees with me.
They say, what? I support this message.
Yeah.
I'm King Solomon.
And I support this message. Yes.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 5.
You see all these guys in San Antonio when they'll push for their campaign, everybody swore, I'm with Trump. I'm like, everybody that's trying to win got a picture with Trump.
Yeah.
I'm for all this border stuff. I'm smiling like this. I'm pro-Trump. Think you're gonna win on his piggyback now. Anyway, I'm sorry, but keep going now.
That's true.
Supporting this man. You said 28 and 5?
28 and 5. It's a simple scripture. Makes sense.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 5. Evil men understand not
So
judgment.
not only do the wicked understand judgment, evil men don't understand judgment. Because people play the I don't understand card because they're hiding. I'm just a little boy from Georgia.
Yep.
The same spirit. I didn't know I was out there in the streets being wicked.
Yep.
I don't know why they shot me 10 times.
Yep.
I didn't mean nothing wrong. I don't know why they fired me. I don't know why the coach kicked me off the team. I don't know why.
He just don't like me.
I don't know why I got jumped at that party. I was just over there smoking weed. Okay, bro. All these things happen. These events happen, and no one knows why. But the Bible says, evil men what?
Evil men understand not judgment.
They don't understand judgment. Why?
But they that seek the Lord understand all things.
You don't understand because you weren't seeking the Lord. So what do evil men not do? Evil men don't seek the Lord. And because you didn't seek the Lord, you don't get what? Judgment. So judgment comes from not seeking the Lord. And the whole spirit of not seeking the Lord makes a person what? Evil. Evil people don't seek God. Righteous people seek God. So if you seek God and you're righteous, you have answers. If you blow God off and say, you know, it's not that
Well,
serious,
you have answers, meaning you see the danger coming.
you see the danger coming.
You can acknowledge, and it makes sense. Danger is present. You can see this is clear and present danger.
Exactly. I see the wolf coming.
I can see it coming. I can see how this can go bad by me making this decision.
But if you're caught off guard all the time, and you're always surprised, and you're always shocked, maybe somebody's evil. Maybe somebody blew the Most High off.
Okay.
Is that where we're going?
Well, I don't know where you guys are going, but it's good.
That's where it's going, because you're saying that you're going into detail about the temperament of why they don't understand, and why pain it takes pain to make people listen. It takes suffering to make people listen, to make them acknowledge advice or counsel. If not, they don't think about it. That means it could be right in front of their face, and you could be saying the same thing on repeat. It doesn't matter because they're not going to understand it.
And people don't get that. And so,
I was going to say this. What is the lesson? Because we're going into the wicked and the righteous. What is the lesson that we need to extract from this? We need to pursue pleasing the Most High, whether you're getting what you want out the deal or you're not. The problem is the affliction has to come because we're not here to change. We're here for a comfortable life. That's what people want. People come into the truth for the husband they want, the job they want, the career they want, a peaceful life. Israel's not here to please the Most High and live right. Because as soon as there's certain things in your life that don't bring happiness to you, then all of a sudden you stop studying. You stop reading. Then all of a sudden things have to get bad for you to go back to the source that keeps you strong. But then when things regulate, you're not really about the source. You're really about just using the source to get what you want, to live your life. So then you have to get back and lose again, and suffer and be in pain again.
the cycle of poverty.
But instead of sitting back here and going to the book to get what you want, why don't you go to the book because this is what you want in the first place? If people sit back here and just go to the book because they want to learn and serve the Most High, then all your problems will get solved anyway. But we only go to the book because you want something not to deal. I'm unhappy, I'm sad, let me study. Or I've lost everything, let me study. We should study because you want to study. You should study because you love the Most High, and pleasing Him is the only thing that matters. That's the point. But he says the wicked don't understand. Why don't the wicked understand? Because the wicked wants what they want in the flesh. Sometimes the word wicked can be misleading. Oh, you're just evil and wicked. Wicked can just mean I want what I want in my life, and I'm unhappy because I don't have what I want in my life. I can't see good in my life. I'm always not content with my lot in life. So if I'm sitting back here and obsessed about what I don't have in my life, I'll never understand anything. We explain this with men as teachers. If you're angry at your student, you're never going to be able to get an answer. And most I won't give you the understanding of what it needs to teach this brother the right thing. If you're angry, same thing with your wife. If you're pissed off at your wife, you're not going to be able to give her the answer she needs in the spirit. But it goes back for women. If you can't see the good in your husband, there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be good for him. You're never going to be able to be in order with him if you can't see the good in him. You won't be able to make him happy if you can't see the good in him. But the answer to all those questions is to pursue serving the Most High. We sit back and only make adjustments because something is not, I need a job. And people, I need a job, so now all of a sudden God matters. Unfortunately, it's the truth. It's time to study because I need a job. It's time to study because I need a man. It's time to study because my relationship is in the dumps. It's time to study because I lost my job and I was wild. I had to go to jail as far as men. I had a jail bed. I had to sit down for a year. Now it's studying matters.
Up north trip.
It's not good. But those are the things that shake us up.
You know why? Because our people like to roll the dice.
Yes.
And when we roll the dice, that means that it's not until I'm at the car crash scene. Now I'm calling insurance saying, can I reinstate my insurance?
Ah!
Yeah, I'm at the scene now. And I'm saying, hey, yeah, I want to make a payment right now.
Right now.
Now you want to make a payment. You want to make a payment at the scene of the crime, at the scene of the accident.
A little too late, my friend.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and pay that $150.
Oh, scary.
Oh, now you want to pay the $150 because,
Now it matters.
but you knew you didn't pay it. You knew it wasn't that important, but you chose to roll the dice.
Yeah.
And you chose to take your chances with life, and that's what we do. We'd rather take our chances than making a change or listen and follow instruction. I'll take my chances that things are going to be okay.
Wow.
Well, okay, you can live life taking your chances because you got options in life. You could choose the right way or the wrong way. But if you want to stay neutral and take your chances and say, well, I'll get religious, I'll serve the Bible, and I'll call on God, and I'll pray when I have need to pray. That's fine, but it might be too late when you're trying to pray at the last minute. Because that's what a lot of people do. I want to make changes when the situations and circumstances are irreversible. Now I want to take chances. Well, what were you doing with all that time in between? You were rolling the dice with life. I'm gonna take my chances. But
why do you roll the dice? Because you really like the world. Even people I know, they'll say, "Man, I'm gonna sit back here, live my life, and then come back at the end
before the apocalypse."
Okay, you keep rolling your dice. Iran's fighting now, huh?
Oh, I hope.
How many more scenarios you need?
I hope I've done enough for salvation.
No.
Scary.
The overall lesson goes back to, if you want to avoid chaos and suffering and all the pains, do right because you want to do right.
Because it's for your advantage.
Because it's for your spiritual advantage. That is the lesson. You have to suffer because the Most High has to sit back here and make you change through pain. And we don't have to change through pain if you love righteousness. This is why in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1 it says righteousness is immortal. The pursuit of righteousness is what gets you in a position for immortality. But the problem is, especially for young people, you guys want to live your life first and then do this righteous thing. The sad thing is you might not have time to live your life and do this righteous thing.
I'll come back to the truth after the fact.
And then the scary thing is for y'all young people who have been around the knowledge as a young person, you got to sit back and say, you know too much to roll the dice. I get people that came from the world and didn't know this till they got to their 20s. That's one thing. For people who have been raised in this, you know better. So that the amount of time you got to decide what you want to do, the consequences hit harder because you know better. You don't have this time that you think you have to be free and then come back when you feel like it.
Or neutral. Not all the way righteous, but not all the way wicked.
Because it's not like you don't know. It's different if you don't know nothing, but you know, and you're still defiant to think you can go out here and put your pinky toe in this water and then come back. That's when the Most High stings you, and He stings you hard quicker. The question is this: how much do you have to get stung? How much affliction must you suffer before you go back to where you were supposed to be in the first place? It's just like who? It's just like Jonah.
The answer to that is your level of pain tolerance.
Huh?
If you have a high tolerance for pain, that means you're going to be in the world suffering for a long period of time before you got to hit rock bottom until you decide to make some changes. Question?
For me, it was the curiosity of knowing me, what I didn't know, and wanting to experience what I thought was better than where I was.
Mm-hmm.
How would I attack that thought if I were to?
I'm going to say this. The only way you can do that, because I came into knowledge when I was 15. And I guess what I would tell myself, I wrote something on a piece of paper many years ago when I was 18. And I was getting taught since I was 15, 16, off and on. Well, at least once a week, I would go to class. And by the time I was 18, I wrote a piece of paper of the pros and cons of going into the knowledge and serving the Most High. And I wrote all the pros of giving my life to the Most High. Because that's how I process things. It's on paper, let me see it. Then I broke down the cons. What am I going to lose by serving the Most High and committing myself all the way? And I remember a brother years ago said, if the pros are larger than the cons, then your answer is already there. You've made your answer. The answer is where it is. So either you're going to sit back here and really think about all the spiritual pros that come from living this life. And for those of us who've been around this knowledge, especially now, there's plenty of classes. You can kind of look at the forest between the trees and kind of have a better idea now than maybe back in the day. And then look at the pros or the cons. What are you losing by serving the Most High? That's what you got to ask yourself. What are you not getting out the deal by committing your life to the Most High? How many of us are going to the league? I'm not going to the league. I'm just saying. Who is? So are you missing that? Maybe. Is that worth your salvation? What is a pursuit that you have in your life that's worth your salvation? Or is worth your relationship with the Most High? That's what you got to sit back and ask and write it down on paper. Be honest. Be honest.
What profit?
We go to parties and date. And then the question is this: have you asked people who've done that to see if it's worth it? The pursuit of the dating scene, was it ever beneficial?
Wow.
What did you get out the deal in the dating scene? You don't got to say it. Think about it. What did you get out of the dating and the partying scene? Partying and dating for men and women. What'd you get out of it? No answers. Just let it simmer. And for people who are writing this stuff on a piece of paper, you should ask adults. You don't got to ask your direct family, because they're going to always sit back and hate on you and not give you the answer you want. So go to other people who have had fun and did what they wanted to do and see what they got out the deal. Don't just ask your parents. What did you get out the deal? Even, why don't you go talk to this irregular girl that's 35 and ran this, and who's the old, at the club now. Go talk to the 35-year-old girl that's still on the street going to the club. What did she got out the deal? But just night tacos out and STDs out and broken heart out.
Well,
What else she got?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna ask you what's gonna happen is they're gonna direct their mind to the web, because talking to a real life person in this generation is a little uncommon. And what people like to do is cap on the web. They're web cappers. So it's the truth.
I'm trying to understand what that means, like a web capper.
A web capper.
Web cappers.
People that they feel they have this intense guilt, but misery loves company. And I want to draw as many spirits to hell or sadness or sorrow with me. So they say it was the greatest thing they ever did in their life. Their rebellious pursuit and because you go on the web, they'll tell you, you watch one video, it was the best thing I ever did was S myself out there. I'm not trying to be that like that, but I put myself out there and I wanted to live my life and I had the experience. You know what? You need to go through an H phase.
Horrible.
All right? And
that's why I say talk to regular human beings. Versus going on Instagram.
I'm telling you what these people
do that.
I'm not telling you what these people do. They're TikTok.
This is why I say that. Talk to a real human being and look at their life.
Well,
where do they live? How do they live?
Yeah.
Not all that makeup and all that crap. Listen, see how they live. See what it looks like. Don't just sit back and get this one-sided image of it on the internet.
Because what they do is they project. They have whole websites of companies. They can do this.
How do you find
I know these things. That doesn't matter.
How do you do this?
Doesn't matter. People, they do.
How do you find this stuff out?
They're out there. They're out there.
I guess it's out there. The algorithm.
So these people,
Public information.
public information, and they draw people to them, and then 3 weeks later, they're crying, make like mascara tears all over their face, out of their say, "I'm so sad. I hate my life. I want to kill. I want to do this. I want to do that. I'm done with this." And then 2 weeks later, this is the best thing I ever did in my life. What I'm trying to say is there's people that are mentally ill online. Mm-hmm. They're mentally ill on the web, and their page is their diary. So they tell themselves what they have to tell themselves on their diary. Because if I say it out loud, maybe it'll be true. But that guilt demon keeps pushing. So they're telling themselves one thing, so they're trying to force themselves to believe their bad decisions were good, and then life will hit them, and they'll really feel the real emotion. And they'll cry on the web. So you're getting a two-faced situation. So if you don't talk to real people, then you're going to talk to some person online who's trying to get likes. And they have an audience they have to please. You're not getting the real answer on the web is my point.
Okay, all that, okay. I was
saying,
going with this. Now we're here.
For young people, they're going to go off the web.
I didn't understand it.
It's more convenient to look at your phone at 12 at night than to talk to an actual real person.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, if you make the mistake of just going off the web is created to give everybody the answer they want to hear. If you want to hear this answer, it's created for you. If you want to hear don't do it answer, it's created for you. Whatever answer you want, it's there for you. Mm-hmm. I want to pull a scripture real quick. Okay. Real fast. Let's go to Proverbs real quick. 23 verse 29. Proverbs 23 verse 29.
Proverbs 23 verse 29.
235. Yes, sir.
Who hath woe?
Who hath what?
Woe.
Because this is about, and I love the fact we're on this topic, for young people especially, you have to study people. You have to be attentive and observant. You have to be a good observer. Who hath woe? Woe means what? What does woe mean?
Sadness.
Destruction.
Pain.
Issues. Read.
Who has sorrow?
Who has sorrow? So I said the web, and those people online that project everything's all good, then the next week they're crying on the web. Next week, it's the best thing they ever did. Who has sorrow? Read.
Who has contentions?
Who has contentions? They're always arguing. They're always fighting. They're always back and forth. They got Twitter fingers. They're arguing. They're making
like Real Housewives.
They're always these people.
It's the truth. Real Housewives always fighting.
Why do you want to ask a question or take someone's advice?
Why do always fight on Love Island?
Advice? They have no peace around them. Don't ask people for advice and they never have peace around them. You're asking the worst person in the world for answers. Be careful who you ask.
Say that again. I was cutting you off about Love Island and stuff like that. Say that again about the people.
Read one more time from the top. I'll be to the point.
No, you're good. Take your time. This needs to get talking.
Who has woe?
Who has woe? You have to, as a young person, you better be on game fast. If you pick up slow, then you're gonna figure out later on down the line. Who has woe? Meaning destruction, destructive tendencies. Their life is fractured. Read.
Well, hold on. That includes young men who want to hang out with dope boys, who hang out with dudes who quit school, and run off, and their whole life is about laughs and jokes.
And popping pills.
Nothing broke that. We destroyed that property. We sat back here and spray painted this.
It was fun.
Exactly.
We didn't get caught.
Exactly.
Because we didn't get caught, demon.
Yeah.
That's very seductive.
Or I went to a corner store and stole something and ran off. You couldn't get it.
Yeah.
Listen, that's a real damn thing.
It never happened to me. It happened to me. I get caught up.
Yeah.
I won. That's seductive. Because then you think you can get away with it. Most time, might not care about the person enough to drop a consequence on them.
Yeah.
But he might care about you because you know.
Yep.
Read.
Who have contention.
And these are the same people. They have fractured relationships, and they have a bunch of arguments. They're always around a bunch of. You go to a party, you're just drinking some Kool-Aid, and all of a sudden they're fighting. Then they're arguing. And then they're in the front yard going back and forth with people. Then in the hallway, and they're mean-mugging people. Why do you have all these contentions around you? In the 90s, it was gang banging and people walking in the party with different colors, and a little more organized. But now it's just people that are online saying, I'm going to curse your dead relatives. And all of a sudden they get shot randomly. But you curse people's parents and dead family members. And now somebody remembered that and they shot you for it. Read.
Who have babbling.
Who have babbling. They talk and they don't make sense.
And it's a lot of times I've heard babbling online. People babble about their ideas of what relationships look like.
Yep.
And they ain't never kept the relationship.
They
They sit back here and babble online. I keep going to this Love Island. You sit back and see these crazy shows out. Love at first sight. They're sitting back here talking to somebody in between the door. I think I love you. I think I love you. Come on, man. How do you even know this person? You talked to him for a few days, Ike? And we're gonna get married on a game show, Ike? And that's relationships?
Yes.
I just love their chemistry.
Yes.
Are you serious, Ike?
Be fearful and be very wary of idealism.
Yes.
Idealism is very toxic. Idealism is what I think things should be by ideal, but I don't see in practice. You are setting yourself up for destruction. Because you're gonna finally get married, you're gonna have all these ideas that don't make any real life sense. Nobody operates like this in real life. It's just really good for a script.
Census.
It's good for the census, and it's good for a script, and it's good to sell tie with bleach. Because I need to get your eyeballs on this TV show so I can sell some tie with bleach. By the way, you need Geico. Geico has good insurance. Here comes the lizard guy. They're selling.
Talking with his Brit.
Yeah, I'm British. I'm a British lizard, and I'm trying to sell you some insurance. This is about getting attention to sell products. So the product they're selling is whatever it takes to pull your mind to this TV show for 45 minutes straight. So they don't care about
a dream.
It's a dream.
They sell you the dream and the fantasy of what you want a relationship to look like. But it ain't real.
And men deal with it. I had to go there. When men look at extracurricular visual images of women doing certain acts, once you sit here and deal with a real woman, all of a sudden she doesn't match the glossary that you've studied intently in your own personal time. She doesn't ever match what you've sinking and giving your mind to and absorb your mind to. So now you can't really make a true internal connection and a real relationship connection because they can never equal an algorithm, an actress, an AI image, or a false idea that was created by a director and a productive guy that know how to pull attention. She can never be that. So now you really can't talk to you can't even engage and communicate and vibe with your woman because you have a picture created in your mind that you've been sold. This is why it's so important to study people and to study idealism.
And stay in the real because men and women get caught in this fantasy, and both male and female, they have their own expectation, and those expectations always clash when you see a person face to face. And they clash even more in regards to what the Bible says.
Yeah, and the Bible just keeps you in the real. People say, the Bible's a bunch of letdowns. All y'all teach us to let me down. Okay, listen, don't get yourself
how
let
about
down.
the world's the letdown, and the Bible is the only thing that keeps people in the right spirit.
But you'll find out. Keep reading.
Sister had a hand up.
Yes, ma'am.
And also keeping in mind that your human pride is always going to lie to you. So it's always going to give you the grass is greener on the other side, and I want that over there. And it keeps not being content where you're at, but keeping in mind that what you think you want is your
You're competing against corporations that are trying to make money. Corporations are trying to make money. That's their goal. So what I do to get this money?
Again? Yeah.
Another guy's he lost his daughter again, yo. His daughter got
He lost daughter again? Are you serious?
Well, no, he hasn't said it yet. Oh, he needs $20. He just keeps getting lost and asking people for money from different states to cash out money. They need to pay back. It's good to have a bank like that. But let me finish this point.
Yeah, he did lose his daughter.
He lost
the daughter guy.
He loses his daughter every 2 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, this is the daughter guy.
Where's dad in the world? Let's go. Let's keep going.
I'm sorry.
The scripture. You at the gas station, right? You
Yep.
at the gas station?
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah, you need $20 for his gas tank.
Man, brother. Come on.
But keep going that way. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can we go to the scripture we're at?
Proverbs 20, chapter 3.
Who has woe? Who has sorrow? Read on else?
Who has contention?
Who has contentions? Their life is filled with nonstop contentions and confrontations. They're very confrontational. They're very, they don't know how to deal with people. They have no social skills. No real social skills. Read.
Who has babbling?
And then they're babbling. Babbling is nonstop ideals that they think make sense, but it doesn't make sense in real practice.
Because they're just guessing at it.
There you go. You can hear when somebody's talking and they're thinking at the same time. Yeah, I think the reason why is because, well, you're about to get hustled. Because they're selling you their idea, but they never did it. Read.
And that's something that you have to be conscious of all people through life. Whether it's in the truth, out the truth, anywhere. People will fantasize and sensationalize something that they've never done on their own. And you have to follow examples that you have seen work.
Yeah.
That is such an important thing to be conscious of.
What works in practice and what is the idea? And the
Or
old
opinion.
An opinion. And in the old terms, people in the old times, I guess we're older now, right? The old times, people used to call you sucker. It's like, these guys are suckers. People would laugh at you for that. You used to get laughed at and publicly embarrassed and shamed for being a sucker. It was nothing worse than being a sucker. And a sucker is a person that buys an idea and believes in a fantasy and believes in a cursed communication. And they bought the dream, and the dream wasn't real. And then everybody, once they find that person bought it and didn't believe it, and they see it and it crashes, their life crashes behind it, everybody laughs at it. That person's a sucker. They become the butt of jokes. Because you believe that? I didn't believe it. You did? You're a sucker. That was a common term. But now in this age of web and social media, people aren't shamed for falling for stupidity. But you should. Read.
Who has wounds without cause?
This is the point. You got wounded. You got wounded because you were influenced. The person didn't hurt you. They didn't harm you. But the advice that you took harmed you and put you in a position to take a major L to where now you can't. I don't think I can trust people. I don't think I can engage. Or if it's really bad, I'm going to change my sexuality because I can never trust men. Or men. Men do the same thing. I'm going to change my sexuality because I can never trust men. Or you become a social recluse and isolated and you totally don't interact with people at all. You get forced in positions by taking on these people's ideas that are influencers. They're called influencers. Read.
Who hath redness of eyes?
Who have redness of eyes. Read.
They that tarry long at the wine.
They that tarry long at the wine. Do you think they're talking about drinking alcohol? Is it talking about we're drinking some Hennessy or some gin and juice? No, it's people that tarry long. They're always around people that are trying to influence them. They're always around the wrong influences. They're observing wrong influences. They're watching wrong influences. They give their mind and they feed their mind and they subscribe to people that are idealists and bad influencers, but they don't subscribe to the Bible. They don't listen to the Bible. So guess what? The wicked will not what? I understand, but why? Because they didn't take the time to seek the Lord. They put the Most High last and put influencers first.
You know that all that also means is, are you going to guide your life by the Bible or not? Are you going to make your decisions based off what the Most High says, or what you feel, or what sounds good, or what is important?
That's verse 31.
Ultimately, it's how you're going to make your decision in your life. Because the truth is, there is a disconnect between how you feel and what you want and what the Most High wants. Ultimately, how many years is it going to take for you to have the integrity to wait for what the Most High wants for you. Because ultimately, that's what this is about. Everybody has their own laundry list of things they want and they think they deserve. Right or wrong. But ultimately, we all have to decide when it means to serve the Most High and to serve the Lord, what that means in layman's terms is you have to learn to love what the Most High wants for you and not the other way around. Too many times we want the Most High to accept and value the things we are into versus making a decision that serving the Most High is about learning how to love how the Most High thinks and to love the things He wants. I understand when you're young, the idea is the whole world is out in front of me. I have a lot of options. I want to be able to live my life. But what does living your life really mean? Because when we live our life, you're also pissing God off. And that's what we don't want to accept. We think we could live life the way we want to live, and the Most High is going to be okay. I'm okay with that. That's not real belief. You know what the crazy thing is? You guys all in this room are at the point where it's called the age of what? Accountability. You guys are all at the age of accountability where, you know, when you guys are under your parents' household and his rules, their works sheltered you. Their works protected you. You guys are all about to graduate or have graduated. Now you guys have to deal with the consequences of your actions. Have you really been listening? Do you really believe? Or do you just come to class when your parents tell you to come to class? There's a big difference between getting in your parents' car and going to class because they told you to, and actually now making a decision to serve the Most High because you want to please the Most High. And every single one of us has to make a decision that you're going to serve the Most High because you choose to serve the Most High. And once you make that decision, your life is no longer your what? Your own. And I don't think many of you have made that decision. That when you make a decision to serve the Most High, it's no longer about what you want. It's about making a decision that everything that you read in these scriptures is what the Most High wants. Now I have to curve my passions to fit what this book is saying. And that's what faith looks like in real time. People can say they have faith, but really you guys just have a knowledge that the Most High is real. That's not faith. Faith means I am patterning my life off these words. And the way you pattern your life off the Most High's words is making a decision that my likes are now the Most High's likes. How many of us are operating like that? True service is when you start liking the things the Most High likes. True service is I am starting to condition how my train of thought is to how the Most High's train of thought is. If you're not doing that, are you really serving the Most High? Or do you have a knowledge of the Most High with the Hebrew name? A lot of us have a knowledge of the Most High that He's real, but haven't made a decision that they want to think like the Most High.
But it doesn't equate to a good outcome.
Because you're not going to get blessed because you know the Most High. Because didn't the scripture say that devils believe too?
Yeah.
Devils know there's a Most High, but they just don't conform to the life of the Most High.
It's just awareness. Can I finish this point real quick?
Yeah, I'll tell you two scriptures real quick, and then go back to it. Proverbs 27:20 and Hebrews 13:7.
Proverbs chapter 27, verse 20. Hell and destruction are never full.
You know what that means? There's always room for people that make bad decisions. Hell will open itself up and make space for you if you like to live a life fulfilled with bad decision making. Destruction.
And all bad decision making means is I want to make it even simpler. Bad decisions just mean I want to do what I want to do. And when the things that I want to do don't correlate with what the Most High wants us to do. Because people will say, oh yeah, I'm not smoking dope, so I'm okay. People will sit back and say that. I'm just dating. I'm just going out having a good time. I'm not that bad. But when we make a decision not to line up our thoughts and our actions to what pleases the Most High, that's evil. Listen, do any of us that serve the Most High, doesn't the scripture say that your life is not your own? Doesn't the scripture say that? Let's keep going there.
Let me get finished.
I'm gonna shut up and let you go.
Go ahead, finish that. I want to just tie these two scriptures
You're good,
together.
you're good.
Go ahead. You said what?
Hell and destruction are never full,
Go ahead.
so the eyes of men are never satisfied.
So men are never what? They're never satisfied and content with what they got in front of them. So they always want something different. They always want something more. That's why the idea of the grass is greener on the other side. Because I'm really not satisfied with what the Most High gives me. And so bad decisions, because there's always room for people that make bad decisions. How do I make bad decisions? Y'all go to Hebrews 13:7.
Hebrews chapter 13, verse 7. Remember them which have the rule over you.
How do I make bad decisions?
I don't
remember who. It said, read it again.
Remember them which have the rule over you.
How do I make bad decisions? I don't remember or I don't retain the words of the people that the Most High put over me. I want something different in my life versus what the people, whether it's my parents, whether it's my grandparents, whether it's my teachers, whether it's my church brothers and sisters, my church elders, the people the Most High put in front of me, the Most High put them there in front of me to give me direction, to give me advice, and to give me counsel, and to map out my life so my life could run a lot smoother. So why is hell and destruction never full? Because I stopped listening to the people that the Most High put in my life to keep my life safe and keep my life secure. He said, remember the what?
Remember them which have the rule over you.
Why is it so important that you remember the advice, the counsel, and the direction from the people that the Most High put over you? Read on.
Who have spoken unto you the word of the Most High.
Because they was trying to give you whose word? You didn't want the Most High's word. You didn't want the Most High's word. You wanted your choices, your decision making in your life, and you weren't content in what the Most High gave you. You wanted what you want. And the Most High said, okay, no problem. There's a repercussion, which is hell and destruction, for people that stop listening to the people that the Most High put over. Read on.
Whose faith follow.
And why is it so important that you follow those individuals that the Most High put as spiritual guides and teachers? Because what validates them as your leaders? He says they're what? Whose faith does what?
You have to follow.
Their example, their example has been proven, tried, and tested. It's because their example has been proven, tried, and tested. It validates them as a sound person that you should be listening to. It validates them as a spiritual leader. So when you ignore that, that's when you open yourself up for hell and destruction. Because you didn't listen to the people that had the faith, that had the example and the lifestyle that the Most High wanted you to live, but you didn't like the lifestyle that the Most High wanted you to live. You didn't like that lifestyle. You thought there was something better out there. And that's where that curiosity comes in at. What if it's something better? What if it's an alternative? What are the options that I have? You want to explore options. There's always options you can explore, but those options haven't been proven to be faithful and good. Those options have not proven to be, you know what? You could always talk to somebody in prison, either in prison or jail or just got out, and they'll tell you, man, don't waste your time. There's so many different people that will tell you, even if they don't come from a biblical standpoint. The Most High said, wisdom crieth in the street. That means even somebody that just went through a fresh traumatic experience. What do you think group counseling is about? What do you think when you go to AA meetings or NA meetings or any other meeting? It's about I did these things in my life and I found out it wasn't working.
Yep.
And I should have never done it. Now I have to navigate my life through the pain. Now I have to navigate my life through the loss, through the addiction, or whatever it is.
Yep.
He said the Most High already had a life mapped out. You just didn't believe it. You thought it was options. You weren't content, and now you're suffering. And the Most High put people in front of us that are there as demonstrations of a godly, beneficial life.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to bring out.
Perfect.
I'll wait.
I gotta get this point real quick. Finish Proverbs
23,
29,
right? Okay.
23 verse 23 verse 31 to 32, and then we go to Proverbs 9 and 6.
Proverbs chapter 23, verse 31.
Uh-huh.
Look not thou upon the wine when it is red,
Look not thou upon the wine when it is red.
Great
Read.
verse.
when it giveth his color in the cup.
It looks good. It
The
looks good.
sensation of it.
Oh my God! Look at the flow of this wine. Look at the redness and the depth and how bright it's blushing.
And move it around. Let get that aroma.
Now, I'm flirting with
That's
this.
what
negative.
wine connoisseurs are about. Yeah.
It smells
You gotta
good.
have that cup, that certain cup where that Hennessy or that
Ooh.
drink turns around. You see that
Yeah.
syrup, the little move to it.
It's moving nice. It's looking nice. It's smelling nice. It essentially is nice. Read.
When it moveth itself aright.
You know what? It sounds good. It may feel good. I might think it's good. It's the idea of good. That's the scary part.
But the wine, what does it represent? The life you want to live. The life that's alluring.
Yeah.
And whatever is alluring you out there, it said what? Look not thou upon it. Don't focus on that. Whatever is alluring you, whatever you think you're missing out on,
Yeah.
whatever experience you think that you deserve to have. He said, don't focus on that.
Don't obsess it and start screenshotting all these images.
It's entertaining, man.
Come on, bro. It's entertaining. You start screenshotting all these things and start collecting these little images, and then you start building the courage to play with that demon.
Yep.
Because the demon has to look. The demon has to look beautiful in order to get you to play with it. The demon never shows its real face. You don't see the spirit show its real face.
You ever see those shows where like the demon looks all seductive,
Yeah.
and then in the mirror it's like like a fang.
That's the
all
real
gross
face.
out. Yeah.
It's in this beautiful dress.
Yeah.
It has this beautiful smile. It has a charm about it. Smells good, looks good, feels good, and talks good. And that's what that spirit's trying to do. The spirit can't pull you if it shows you the reality of it. We went to the symbol. What's the symbol to the symbol? False appearance. A sucker can't see behind the false appearance. And youth opens the door to be suckered. Read.
Verse 32. At the last,
But in the end, read.
it biteth like a serpent.
Oh, you weren't this beautiful red liquid in the cup. You weren't this beautiful spirit in the dress.
Oh, this wasn't a lifestyle I thought I was going to have.
It wasn't the lifestyle I thought I was going to have. I got charmed.
I just came to have a good time.
I just
And look what happened.
I just came for some fun. I don't know what. This is the problem. Read.
And stingeth like an adder.
It bites like a serpent and stings like an adder. It's a promise by the Most High that when you flirt and entertain and then you get seduced into going in that direction, whether it's the wine, the influence, the advice,
Or
the
friends.
person, the friends, the lifestyle, whatever you're getting seduced by, if it has to seduce you, it's wicked. Because things that are righteous are never seductive. This is what it is.
Yep.
It sucks off top, but it will sustain you. Now let's read the conclusion. 9 and 6 of Proverbs. Chapter 9, verse 6.
Proverbs chapter 9 verse 6.
You better learn this. You better learn this concept right here.
Forsake the foolish and
You
live.
better learn how to forsake the foolish. People talking dumb, people babbling, people being idealists, tell you what they think, and they have just giving these long-winded opinions about things they've never done, or tell you what their friend did, or my cousin did this. That don't mean they did that.
Brother,
Drewski did it.
Drewski did it. It worked for Drewski. The movie said do it. The app said do it. The commercial said do it. The homie said do it. He get away with it. Okay, you do it. Go see what happens when you do it.
you know too.
So that's what Mama used to say. Let's say go find out then. She said go find out. And you go to jail. Don't call me. All she said. Don't call me. We go to jail. Because on TV, no one gets caught. On what's that? You know, I don't know. There's different shows. You see cats running from the police out. You know, I like to watch those shows sometimes. You see it online. They have these Hellcats out, and they run from the cops, and they laugh, and they have it on camera, and they smile about it. And the cops couldn't catch them. It's all good until you get caught, and they beat the hell out of you, and then they'll kill you. Because you want to play that I can run from the cops game. It's just the temptation, the moment. Well, the Bible says, forsake the foolish. Is this, do you have the ability to judge, is this foolish or is this wise? According to all the scriptures I learned, according to my parents and my examples. Is this foolish or is this wisdom? If it's foolishness, do what? Forsake it. Read.
And go in the way of understanding.
And the Bible's telling you, forsake the foolish and go in the way of understanding. Look at the pros and cons. If there's more cons than pros, forsake it. It's foolish. Last point. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 7, verse 8. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 7, verse 8. It's the end of my point. So don't be caught up in this tearing at the wine and listen to people babble and listen to people just tell you that everything's good and falling for idealists and people that are bipolar on the web that make the web their diary, but their real life doesn't look like the web. Ecclesiastes 7 and 8.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 8.
You better learn how to read and not be a sucker and forsake foolishness and live your life the real way and follow understanding. Read.
Better is the end of a thing than the beginning.
This because the sister asked before, well, how do you know? Well, you better look at the end. Stop looking at the middle of the process. Stop looking at the beginning of the process. Look at the end.
And that's what Hebrews 13 and 7 said. Finish that in Hebrews 13 and 7.
Come on.
Because it's a major point when you got people that have already lived life and that are there to give you advice, but we don't want to take the advice.
Yep.
And then we wonder why life falls into a trap and we have suffering and woes. Read.
Yep.
Hebrews chapter 13, verse 7. Remember them which have the rule over you, who have spoken unto the word of the Most High, and whose faith followed, considering the end of their conversation.
You consider the what?
Of the end of the conversation.
What do you get from the end of somebody's conversation? The understanding. That's where the understanding comes. What was the whole understanding and the whole point of me telling you what I've been trying to tell you? What's the point of this whole conversation? I'm trying to sum it all up to a point. So you can take this mind frame with you as you go through life. Like Daviah said, the end of a thing is what?
It's better than the beginning.
It's better than the beginning. The understanding of the point is what you need to walk away with as you interact with people that the Most High put in front of you who live life and are telling you that the way you're living life, you're going to suffer. You're not catching the point. You're not catching the end of the conversation. You're not catching the summary or the moral of the story. What was the moral of the whole 20-minute story? What was the moral of this whole, hey, young blood, let me pull you to the side and drop some game on you. Hey, youngster, come here, let me tell you something that's going to help you in your life as you get older. You wouldn't catch none of what that person was telling you. Or, let me show you some scriptures that will help you in your situation. You didn't catch none of those scriptures and none of the point of that understanding of those scriptures. All the information and the knowledge and the wisdom went right over your head. Because you didn't catch the end of the conversation.
You didn't catch it.
Go ahead, Dalia. That's
So,
what I want to bring up.
a lot of us are just in the midst of just the entertainment. And they don't know the difference between entertainment and reality. And that's a big problem for most people. Not all people, but most people. If you can't tell the difference between entertainment, reality, a script, a person playing a role or a character, or a person being a fool and being a clown because it's good for this is good. It's just good folly and fodder for just enjoyment at the moment. If you're believing these people and you're taking their example for life and you're adopting a fool's example because it was entertaining, you're setting yourself up for that in that scripture where it says, in the end, it bites like a serpent.
How many of those relationships you see on TV actually last? They never did. It was just for show. Very few actually last.
It was just for fun. It was for likes. It was for the gram. It was for attention.
For profit.
It was for profit. It was for the moment. What is the root of this conversation? Do you ever ask yourself, When a person's talking, what's the real root of the conversation? What's the spirit this person's trying to tell me? What spirit? Stop looking at the person and look at the spirit of the conversation. And the spirit will talk to you. But if you're just sitting here just infatuated with the image the person's projecting, or you're being stimulated by the story, you're gonna miss the spiritual point. I'm trying to show you to warn you. You're gonna miss the warning.
And if you're so naive,
yeah,
to think that this person is wasting their time trying to tell me what's right, and the only thing you're thinking in your head is you're trying to stop me from having fun. You had fun in your life. You made mistakes in your life. Why you want to step and rain on my parade? Let me have fun in my life. Let me do what I want to do with my life. If you can be that naive and be thinking that, you know what, you're just stopping me from having fun, or you're just stopping me because you don't want to enjoy. You want me to enjoy myself. You can think that, yes, sir.
On this same point, what Dawiyat Nishamshwan was saying, read up from Ecclesiastes. Read verse 2 and 3. No, matter of fact, 3 and 4.
Verse 3. Sorrow is better than laughter.
Listen, when you're young, you're looking to have fun. You're looking for a good time. You're looking to enjoy your life. But the truth is, Mosai said, you're better off fighting your battles early than pursuing fun. In general. He said sorrow is better than laughter. Does he mean you're supposed to sit back here and just be sad? No. You're supposed to choose a life and a path that's based on making you uncomfortable and engage in a spiritual mindset versus living a life in which you are pursuing comfort and laughter and keeping everything light and just easy. This is what this verse is saying. Read on.
For by the sadness of the countenance, the heart is made better.
He says, by the sadness of the countenance. When is your countenance sad? When you're engaged in a battle. You know what? I'm just going to say this for counselors. When you sit back here and you're a counselor, whether you're a counselor as a sister or you're counseling as a brother, the worst thing you can do is tell somebody, man, you look like you're sad, man. What's wrong? Maybe you're engaged and you're serious and you're in a fighting spirit because you're fighting for your spirit. Why would you tell a person, man, you look like you're sad? You shouldn't have to be sad. You should smile. Turn that frown upside down. That's not the answer. Maybe they're engaged in a battle to fight against their flesh. If that's what they're doing, let them fight. Mm-hmm. Because what the scriptures say, by the sadness of the countenance, the what is made better? Your spiritual heart is made better when you're fighting what's inside of you. The problem with Israel, we're always looking for some comfort. We're always looking for a break. And we sit back here and we look for breaks in alcoholism, overeating, going to parties, going to sit back here and laugh. We're always looking for an escape.
That's why I skipped school.
That's why people skip school. I'm always looking for an out. This is the mind of the quitter. When the scripture says, you're better off being uncomfortable in a fighting spirit, looking sad. Why are people sometimes sad? Sometimes people are sad because they want the world. Yep. Other times people are sad because they're in the middle of the battle and they're fighting that part of them that wants to be in their flesh. It's better to be in that spirit of fighting your flesh and uncomfortable and fighting a little sadness than sit back here, let me just go and live my life and have fun. You don't want that position. And that's what a lot of young people are striving for. I'm just looking to be happy. Because you're asking, I don't want to sit back and be wicked. I just want to be happy. And I want to laugh and enjoy my life. That is where it starts. That's where the sin starts. I want to just have fun and laugh and smile and enjoy my life. He says you're supposed to sit back and say sorrow is better than laughter.
You know where the sorrow come from too?
What's that?
Scripture say correction is grievous to him that forsaketh the way.
God.
You know, the sorrow comes from grief, from the grief of correction. Letting somebody correct you doesn't feel good. But it's better to be corrected and not feel good than for you to go seek your joy.
Because these are just talking about different phases of a person in life. I'd rather be sorrowful in my battle than just me wanting to pursue my flesh and pursue happiness. The end goal is to find happiness and being at peace with serving the Lord. But until you get there, it's better to be sorrowful in your battle, fighting what's inside of you, than you sitting back here and feeding that vice.
Yeah.
So sorrow in your battle is better than the pursuit of laughter.
You know one thing that we don't realize when you're young, you don't see downrange. You're in the moment.
Yeah.
You know, like Dalia said, you being a little menace, you breaking windows, throwing rocks at cars on the highway. Yeah, you
It's
know,
fun for a little while
yeah,
until
you
you find
spray
out.
painting. You know, you're breaking into buildings, or you breaking into somebody's house, or breaking into their car, or you doing little petty thefts and petty crimes. You're in the moment, you're having fun, being a menace. You know, sneaking into movie theaters and doing whatever. But you don't look at downrange what you're training yourself to be. You don't look at how you're training your mind. You've trained yourself to only look for fun.
Or laughter.
Or laughter.
Then all of a
You
sudden,
conditioned yourself.
You conditioned yourself not for discipline, not for structure. You've disciplined yourself for a good time. I need to have a good time. I don't feel good today unless I had a good time. Who trained you that way? You trained yourself
your
that way.
rebellion running from your teacher's example.
And you know, you hear it every day amongst your peers. What you gonna do this weekend? What you getting into this weekend?
Yeah.
What do you?
I'm making beer run. I'm gonna sit back there and go, remember back you get beer runs? I used to get like 18 packages, walk
Grab it and run.
You know how many friends disappear when they say, hey man, what you getting into this weekend? Man, I'm going to Bible school.
Yeah.
Again, you going again? Yeah, I go every week. What else you going to do? You going to the pool? Yeah. No, we're going to Bible study. What else you got going on? Bible study. You know, they never stop calling.
Yeah.
Because they're trained, and they've been trained and conditioned another way. They want joy. They want fun. They want enthusiasm. They want to live a frivolous life.
Yeah.
That's not the life the Most High picked out for you. And the question is, do we accept that?
And that's the battle. And how much you got to go pursuing fun and laughter and fall before you accept that life is about fighting your battles.
Because you're I know it sounds
It's the
wild.
truth.
It sounds wild, but you're a bird with the wrong birds. You don't see a pigeon or a dove hang out with a bunch of vultures. He was like, well, it's a group of vultures hanging out on the line, waiting for something to die. And then he said, got a couple of pigeons like, man, what we waiting for? They're on a different agenda, man.
You do see him. He got bird flu. That's what's wrong with him.
Unless he's getting sick.
He's sick. He got something wrong with him.
It's like, what happened? You're around. You don't even match. You stand out. You don't even match the people you're around, bro. And a lot of that, I know it feels lonely sometimes to be like, trying to be the righteous path.
Oh, you want to match. You want to fight to fit in.
You want to fight to fit in. Well, listen, when you fit in, listen, you're they know you're different, and they despise that you're different. Because why are you doing this? There's always that one dude that was in the suburbs out trying to go to the hood out, trying to be gangsta.
Yeah.
Like, why are you? I had a homeboy, a great basketball player. This dude started selling crack cocaine.
That's crazy.
No, he was the homie. He was the homie. He had the best, great conversation, smooth with women. He could hoop. He had everything.
Like selling rocks, huh?
I don't know. Y'all know. I'll talk to you about that later. But he ended up leaving. He ended up leaving his life.
Is he in the urban now?
No. Listen, he left his life. Started selling drugs. Started his own record label. He was in the record label era. He had a song. He was supposed to have a song with what's the dude? African
Chameleon.
Chameleon. He was supposed to rap with Chameleon. He was supposed to blow up. He knows. He was supposed to blow up. He had his own record company, Cock and Lock Records, great record company at the time. He about to blow up, and then everything he was hoping for before he got to actually enjoy it, nothing worked out. At the end of the day, he had these dark counts of his eyes. He had these blackish eyes right here. His girl, which was in love with him, she was in love with him. Through his pursuit, destroyed her soul. She ended up a drug addict. And I went to school with her. She was a very beautiful girl, a bright spirit, but she followed him. She followed him because he had this carnal, worldly vision. And she fell for his vision because he was making moves in the world. But she ended up becoming a drug addict. And it got worse for her. But she was following these influences that looked like they were succeeding. You don't know where the path takes you. You're just following people.
And that's why the way, because we don't know what specific move is going to guarantee failure or success, what path assures you whatever direction you take, the Most High is going to be there for you. What path do you take when you don't know what decision you're supposed to take? And this is where Ecclesiastes 7 and also Matthew 10 talks about. You're supposed to take the path that takes you towards discomfort and not ease. The decision that doesn't push you towards laughter and fun and escapism. The decision that puts you in a spiritual battle that's going to make you have to fight what's inside of you. That's the path you're supposed to take.
And when you say fight what's inside of you,
the flesh, the carnal.
You mean a constant mentality of telling yourself no.
Con.
I can't go there.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do that. That's not good for me.
Con.
You know,
that's not what the scripture says I'm supposed to do.
Right.
I'm not supposed to feed that nature.
Breaking temptation.
Because listen, with this, hold this verse, because I want to go real quick to Matthew chapter 10 and verse 38 and 39. Because this is important to tie into Ecclesiastes 7.
I got one scripture too.
Let me get these two in there.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 38.
Mm-hmm.
And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me.
Everybody has to sit back here and take their cross. The part of their life that's burdensome. Their ambitions, their flesh. Whatever you got on you that slows you down, you got to carry that fleshly cross or burden and continue to serve the Most High. It's going to explain. Read on.
He that findeth his life shall lose it.
He says the person that finds what they want, the person that pursues what they want in their life, you're going to lose your spiritual life. That's what people don't get. If you go pursue the world and you pursue what you want in your life, you're going to lose your spiritual life. That's the catch. There is a cost for whatever pursuit you have in this world. If you, as a young person, if you pursue what you want in your life, in the flesh, you're going to lose your spirit as a consequence. Read on.
And he that loses his life for my sake.
So, and then the person that loses what they want to do in the flesh, their fleshly ambitions, their fleshly passions, the fun that you want to live in your life, if you lose that, read on,
shall find it.
You'll find Christ. You'll find a spiritual life. You'll save your soul. Either pursuit, you're going to gain one thing and lose the other.
Yep.
So, a lot of times people can get caught up on what that pursuit is. I'm not going to go into what that pursuit is. But Christ makes it very clear. If you pursue what you want, you're going to lose your spirit. If you pursue what Christ wants, you're going to lose everything in the world. What choice do you want to make? But you gain Christ and you gain your salvation. So ultimately, what path are you going to choose to take? And sometimes when you choose the path of Christ, you're going to experience sorrow and discomfort because you have to give up that flesh. You have to give up what you want in the world. That's where that sorrow comes from. Accepting that you're going to lose the flesh. Because once you accept it, then it no longer becomes soft. It's no longer a battle. But in the middle of it, it does feel bad. Okay? So, if you find your life in the world, you're going to lose your spirit. If you find Christ, you're going to lose the world. That's the consequence we deal with. Now, Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 4.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 4. The heart of the wise is in the house of mourning.
The heart of the wise is always either helping somebody else out who is going through spiritual battles or fighting their own thoughts and destroying the negative in them. You're always in a house of mourning. losing your carnal life.
Yeah.
Read on.
But the heart of fools is in the house of mirth.
The fool is going to a party.
It's light.
The fool is trying to have fun.
Yeah.
The fool is living their life and not making a conscientious decision that life is about fighting your battles. That is the choice every one of us has to make.
That's everybody's crossroad.
Am I going to live a life that's based on attacking the negative and the flesh in me? Or am I going to live a life that pursues having fun and embellishing and fueling what you want in the flesh? Everything else outside of that are just semantics. But what are you prepared to do? Are you going to live a life of the Most High and kill your life in the world, or feed your life in the world and kill your relationship with the Most High Christ? There's no middle ground. People think they can sit back here and play the middle. Read Revelations 3 and 15.
Revelation chapter 3, verse 15.
Let me get there real quick. I know I'm there. I just want to see if I got to go up maybe one verse or two. Revelations 3 and read 15 and 16. Matter of fact, read 3 and 15 and 16.
Verse 15. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot.
So the Most High is like, a lot of people don't like the notion of he that loses life for Christ's sake shall gain in the spirit, or who that finds his life in the world shall lose his life in Christ. People don't like that deal. People think that deal stinks. So what people like to do, let me play the middle.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a little bit of the spirit and do a little bit of my life. I'm going to pursue my life a little bit and pursue the Most High a little bit and stay in the middle. So Christ, like, I know how you work. He knows our intentions. Read on.
Verse 16. So then, because thou art...
No. Read verse 15 again.
Verse 15. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot.
So what he's saying, Christ knows that either we're not all the way committed to Christ, nor are we all the way committed to the world. Because a lot of us like to play that middle ground. I'm kind of like a Jew.
Yep.
But I kind of like to have a good time too. I kind of like to party too. That's how we like to act. Being in the middle. But Christ says, I see a lot of folks operate in the middle, not committed one way or the other all the way. Read on.
I would thou wert cold or hot.
Christ would rather you be all the way committed to pursuing Christ and killing an old man, or all the way about them streets and living your life and not be about Christ at all. He wants you to be one or the other. Read on.
So then, because thou art lukewarm.
But he says, because you didn't choose one side on the extreme of living that life about the Most High in Christ, or living your life for yourself, because you chose a little bit of both. Read on.
And neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth.
So everybody that's in the middle that wants to keep a little bit of the world, a little bit of Christ, he'll get rid of you too. He'll get rid of the people that are in the middle and the ones that are all the way wicked. And he's only going to work on the people that have made a decision to make the changes the right way and are willing to sacrifice what their life in the world. Those are the ones he deals with. It's that simple, yes sir?
Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 7. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, not Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 11 and 7. You got it?
Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 11 and 7.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 7.
Read that.
Truly, the light is sweet.
It says, truly the what?
Truly, the light is sweet.
Is not sunlight sweet?
Oh yeah.
Isn't sunny days good to see? He says, surely truly the light is sweet. Read.
And a pleasant thing it is for the eye.
It says, and the sun rays and sunlight is pleasant for the eye. Read.
To behold the sun.
To behold the sun. The Most High. Because what he's saying is, who provided sunlight?
Lord.
Who gave us the sun to behold? Who gave us sunshine? The Most High gave it to us. So he's saying, the life the Most High shined upon you, it's good if you appreciate it. The Most High has a light that if you behold it, if you look at it, it represents a lifestyle that the Most High gives you, and it's a sweet life if you appreciate the life the Most High gave you.
Yeah.
You can appreciate the sunlight. I can appreciate the life the Most High gives me. Read on.
But if a man
It said, but if a man does what?
lives many years,
Or I could say, you know what? I want a different life than what the Most High has given me. I'm not content with the life the Most High has given me. That's not sweet enough. What the Most High gives me is not sweet enough. It's not good enough. I want to go live my life and figure it out for myself. And I think I can make a better life for me than what the Most High gives me.
Foolish.
He says, so if a man live what?
and if a man lives many years,
So I go my way, but I go my way for many years. I do my thing for a long period of time. Read on.
and rejoice in all of them,
And I find out that, you know what? I feel like I made a good choice. I like the life that I made for me. Read on.
yet let him remember the
He said,
days
but you got to remember one thing. You can live your own life. You don't have to live the life the Most High gives you. But you just got to remember one thing. He said, let him remember what?
Remember the days of darkness.
He says, your life, the way you chose to live it, will come to an end. You have an expiration date on the life that you choose to live that's not what the Most High gave you. He says, remember what?
Remember the days of darkness,
Go ahead.
for they shall be many.
He said, because what's coming after that is the days of darkness, which shall be many, which is eternal hellfire. What we don't understand is you don't have to live the life the Most High gave you. You don't have to appreciate what he's doing for you. You can go choose your own way, and that's fine. He said, but you got to understand there's an expiration date, and there's going to be many days of darkness. And he's not talking about just dark days or bad times. He's talking about both bad times in life and eternally bad times. Read on.
All that cometh is vanity.
He said, that's why it says, you seeking your own is vanity. Read on.
Rejoice,
Verse 9 is
that's
the
why he
hitter,
said,
bro.
rejoice.
Oh my
Go
goodness.
ahead.
O young man,
That's why I said, young man, enjoy your life.
Oh, young woman.
Or young woman, enjoy what the Most High gives you. Read on.
in thy youth,
It says, yeah, in thy youth. Go ahead.
and let thine heart cheer thee.
It says, and rejoice.
Have fun, huh?
Have fun, live it up. Go ahead.
Suck the mirror out of life, like they
Yeah,
say.
take
Listen,
get
you
the
only
best out
live
of
once. Only live once.
Carpe diem.
Yeah, YOLO. All that stuff, huh?
Read on.
In the days of thy youth,
Go ahead.
and walk in the ways of thy heart.
It said, yeah, skip school, do
Yeah.
drugs,
Yeah.
party like a rock star,
Yeah.
do what the hell you want to do. Sell dope, do dope, play basketball all day.
Date, run the streets,
Yeah.
have fun.
Do the party scene. Take advantage of the street life. Do what you want to do, but read on.
And in the sights of thine eyes,
He said, but you did
And whatever your eyes
you
tell
wanted
you
to
to
do.
do, whatever pleases you, do
Yeah.
what you want to do, young man, young woman.
That's something. That's a life that you chose to live, not regarding or appreciating the life the Most High had for you.
This is King Solomon saying that. He says, run, run, run. Do what you want to do. Enjoy whatever you want to tap into, do it. But, read on.
but know thou
He said, but understand this. Read on.
that for all things,
He said,
Nope.
It said, know thou. He said, but know thou. Read.
for know thou, for all these things,
No,
He said,
that. He says, but know thou that for all these things.
For everything that you chose to do your way. You did things your way, young man or young woman. He said, but understand that for you choosing the life that you want to live. Read on.
Most High will bring thee into judgment.
It says you're going to have to pay for everything that you chose to do. That was not according to the life he had for you. Meaning there is an alternative life that you could live, but you got to answer for it. And you have to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
So was it really worth all the partying, all the fun, all the independence and the freedom and the liberty that I was looking for in my life?
Listen,
was it really worth it?
We went into class on last week about the serpent, right? And the serpent beguiled Eve to sit back and pursue power and pursue idolatry, and Adam followed. What was the consequences of Adam following other idols? Do you remember? He lost his immortality, and what else happened to him? What ended up going on him? There were chains of darkness. Listen, if you think fighting your battles is hard now, start sitting back here and getting accustomed to alcoholism and drinking alcohol. And see how hard it is to stop that. If you think doing drugs, you think fighting your battles now hard, imagine sitting back here getting hooked on drugs. And if that's not a chain of darkness, that's always pulling on you.
Never ending.
You don't want to start vice. Because when you open the door to vice, they become chains of darkness that you have to wrestle for the rest of your life. That's also the consequence of going out there and touching that work and enjoying your life. You just bring more chains of darkness, more vices that make your life 10 times harder than what it is now.
And what you tell yourself is that the vice that I'm attracted to, or the weakness that I'm attracted to, or the sin that I'm attracted to, that I'm okay because it stops at this vice. This is what we tell ourselves is, that's all I do is just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I don't do everything that everybody else does. I just do a little bit of this, and I stay in my lane because that's all that I deal with. I control this, and this is all I'm into. I'm into this vice. Well, because you bring people around you that may match that particular vice that you're into. Say if you're into alcohol, so you like to hang with people that are into alcohol. That doesn't mean that that's all their vice is.
That's true.
Their vice is alcohol because it's available, but their other vice is molestation.
Yep.
And so they're sexual predators.
I just want to vape.
So you're with these individuals that you think because we share vices, that's all their vice is.
Because they put little droplets in that alcohol.
In that vape too.
In that alcohol. They put something
They
in
put a
there.
little drip drop in there.
Yeah, because you think that's where it stopped at.
I'm just vaping. It's just grape cherry flavor. And you look up, it's got a little hair on that. Your body's like this. That happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
And they laugh at
Where you think that because your vice stopped at just some little bit of whatever it is, that other people's vice who's connected with you, that's all that their vice is. That's not their only vice. They got like 10. They got 7 to 10 other vices with them.
And then all of a sudden, they're sitting back here. I knew people that sat back and just smoked weed, and that's not a good thing. It's still off. And then people sit back here and spike it with other drugs out.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they're not the same guy anymore.
Serious. How many stories we got because I was just hanging with these people that I thought were cool. They were just cool guys. We're just chilling together. We're just chilling, hanging out. But you thought because they entertained you with a little bit of free, a little bit of something for free. Hey, bro, go ahead and try that for free. You don't owe me nothing. Just try that. Take a little bit of that. Pop a little bit of that. Drink a little bit of that. Sip a little bit of that. You thought because it was free and I'm gonna have a good time and these are my friends, and you thought that's where it was gonna stop. You didn't realize that's not where they stop.
I know.
They don't stop. They wait till you get inundated,
Inebriated,
intoxicated.
and then whatever battles and chains of darkness you got have just multiplied triple fold.
Got you open now.
Now you got issues with sexuality.
Yep.
Now you got issues with what kind of person you are.
Some questions.
All you're in your head even worse because you just want to have some alcohol with somebody. Now you loathe yourself. Now you hate yourself. Now you have all these other additional spiritual battles because you want to have fun. You're chasing laughter.
And lightness.
So talking about you go ahead and chase your life and experience things in your youth, but be prepared to deal with all the judgment that comes from all the baggage you're going to have to carry.
And even worse,
It is worse.
It is worse. All of it's worse. But when you bring people to the house that you just having a good time with, and they're predators on your children.
Yes,
that's a real thing.
And then now your child, you never know what's wrong with your child, and you never want to hear the truth about what happened to your child because of your vice that you entertain, because you let other people that had stronger vices, alternative vices amongst your children, and now you got to live with the fact that I put my child in a dangerous place, and now I got to watch my child in the streets.
Decline.
Or with them additional chains of darkness, where they're never sober now, because they're trying to mute and block out what happened to them because of my vice that I opened the door for.
it happens all the time, man.
Exactly.
We're not getting super specific,
But you can read. You can read.
You can read through the line.
You can
Read through the tea leaves, so to speak.
Yeah. And what do you? How do you navigate having to now try to be strong, apologize, and to try to get sanity back in your child when you let your child you open the door for a vice for something additional happen to your child, or you have a car wreck and now you lost one of your children because you were inebriated or because of your vice. Now you got to go further into the vice to try to block out the fact that this happened. I'm trying to mute out this event in my life. Then I'll spiral down further into my vice because I'm trying to mute out the thoughts of what happened and mute out the events.
So
Then the battle gets more intense, and it takes even more studying and all these things to adjust your thing.
if you can.
If you can. But that's those chains of darkness is the flesh. You just keep adding more spirits to it and making life harder.
Okay,
No, yeah.
I got this point to pull real quick. Proverbs 10 and verse 8.
I got to go to verse 10. Please, let
Okay,
me go to
go
verse
to
10.
10. Go to 10.
Read verse 10 in Ecclesiastes 11 and 10.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 10.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, remove sorrow from thy heart.
He says, so because if you don't want to sit back here and deal with judgment for not listening, if you don't want to deal with judgment because you want to live your life, he says, remove sorrow from your heart. Because a lot of times young people dealing with the idea that they have to give their life to God so early, it saddens people. The idea of having to commit your life to the Most High at an early age can be a sobering thought if you want to do things you want to do in your life. Solomon is like, listen, remove sorrow from your heart.
It's bad decisions.
Well, no, just remove the idea that you're feeling bad that you're coming into your own, you're in your prime, and you got to sit back and throw it all away from the Most High.
Yep.
Remove that notion that there's sorrow behind committing yourself to the Most High.
Come.
Read on.
And put away evil from thy flesh.
And put away evil from your flesh and stop telling yourself you're missing out on something.
Yep.
Stop telling yourself it's unfair that I have to sit back. I'm so young, I got to live such a rigid life. Because that's what people fear. I got to be a monk and I'm 18, I'm 17. This don't make no sense. I got to be a monk for God at 16.
I want to have fun.
I want to have fun. He said, listen, put evil from your heart and take away that sorrow from your heart. He said, take sorrow from your heart and put away evil from your flesh. But the sorrow of what you're losing in the world is the predecessor of all the vice of the flesh that you tap into. He said, put both of those things away. The idea that you're missing out on something in life and the desire to have fun in the flesh. Get rid of both of them. Read on.
For childhood and youth.
It says childhood and youth are what?
Vanity.
It's just the mindset of a young person is vanity. The mindset of youth is vanity. And all Solomon is saying is get rid of that desire to be young and that desire to operate immature. Get rid of it early.
You curse
Because
the rest
that's
of your
vanity
life.
in your life.
You're cursing the rest of your life.
A lot of people
For
sit back
5
here
years
and
of that.
fight to be young through their 30s and 40s.
There you go.
Those ones who have nothing to show for their life. He's saying while you're young, be quick to sit back here and eliminate the evil from your flesh as quickly as possible. Most people in the world, they got to get all the sin out of their body. Remember that song by Donnell Jones?
Yeah.
He said, I know you're a good woman, but there's a lot of lust inside of me, man. I got to sit back here and run
Lust
these
inside
streets.
of me.
And I need to go get a bunch of them and get diseases,
Yeah.
get burnt, have children with women that don't love me. I got to do that. Then hopefully
See some time to be alone.
I'll come back
See,
and we'll be together. What kind of
yeah.
craziness is this? I got to have 3 baby
He
mamas,
won his marriage.
5 STDs,
He won his marriage.
instead of this little person that you know loves you. But that's the stupidity that men and women have. Let me go do what I want to do, and then come back, and there'll still be time for the Most High and stability.
There's no rush to get burnt out in life.
But he's saying, the Most High is saying the opposite. Stop these childhood flesh. Kill them and eliminate them in the bud early. So you can sit back here and begin your path to please the Most High, so you can eliminate all these chains of darkness that's waiting for you.
And if you did give yourself to it, and you now regret it, now you got to fight to fix it. It's still your responsibility. You can't say, well, you know what, I didn't know it was going to turn out to be this way, so woe is me. You still got to put work now in to fix everything you made wrong. You did wrong in life. But you could save yourself some time.
Yep.
You could save yourself some pain and suffering. But if you're in a situation where you're suffering and you made bad decisions, because sometimes that goes back to the original point of where it started at in Josephus was, it's not until people hit their head and suffer pain do they now reconsider their choices and decision making.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And if you have lived a undisciplined life and you made mistakes, now your responsibility is to go and fix it now.
And that's why the Most High said you got to sit back here and seek Him 10 times harder.
Yep.
Because you got to put 10 times the work to break these chains of darkness you brought in your life.
10, 15 more chains.
You know why? Because you got more demons you got to fight.
That means
That's the point. You have more demons you have to fight. So you got to seek Him 10 times harder to shake that negative that you still crave for in the world.
That means instead of one scripture a day, that's not good enough.
Con.
You got to study more.
This
than
is
one
why
scripture
when
a day.
I talked about, like, for men who sit back here and deal with these images, now you got to sit back here and fight past that and have lust to go back to that zone. To sit back here and see relationships in a pure light. Because for men and women, we sit back here and flirt with that negative, it makes it 10 times harder to sit back and stay on the up and up. So why sit back here and make your life 10 times harder when you don't have to do it that way? You can choose the right way early and circumvent 10 times the battles that are waiting for you when you want to live your life first.
And
Does that make sense?
And there's 1,000 people that's around you that live life the wrong way that you could get advice from. There's 1,000 of them. There's 1 million people that live life wrong, and they got a lot to offer you if you're humble enough
And show you the truth, the reality.
Listen, but
Can I pull us one scripture?
Israel wants chains of darkness out.
Listen.
That's what Israel. That's what the
Until
Jew
you
wants.
find how bad
He wants to get all those bad experiences out
Oh, look.
and call it fun. I'm sorry.
No. Proverbs 10 and verse 8 through 10.
Proverbs chapter 10, verse 8.
Proverbs 10 and 8.
The wise in heart will receive commandments.
So now that you know, you've heard this information, you've heard the talks, and you think maybe we're giving y'all ghost stories and trying to scare you. Don't go to the world and find out what really happens when you actually have to really suffer for real. You really weren't suffering in the truth. You were really suffering the fact that you didn't know any better. The not knowing better is what made you suffer. No, listen. Read right here. The what?
The wise in heart will receive commandments.
Either you get it or you don't. Either you're wise or you're not. Or you're going to play with folly. The scripture said, forsake the foolish and live. So if you don't forsake the foolish, you die. Keep reading.
But a prating fool
But a prating fool, right?
shall fall.
A prating fool shall fall. The word prat means to be loquacious or to be talkative and continue on talking and to speak noisily. A lot of us listen to people that just talk the loudest. Whoever talks the loudest, I listen to. A prating fool shall fall. If you're listening to people because they talk loud and they're just more verbose and they just communicate louder and they come across more confident in their speech, but you're not understanding the spirit behind their speech, then you're putting yourself in the position to fall. You listen to the loudest talker in the room. Read.
or I listen to the channel that got the most views.
There you go.
I listen to Mr. Beast.
Yes. A prating fool shall fall. The person that's the loudest or the most prevalent or gets the most likes or has the most views, you're listening to them. Well, you're going to fall with that false conversation or that false direction. Read.
He that walketh uprightly
But he that walks uprightly, read,
walketh surely.
you have security in your life. You choose to fear the Lord and commit to the Most High, you will have security in your life. Read.
But he that perverteth his ways shall be known.
But if you don't fear the Lord, you have to deal with reputation issues. He will be known. If you pervert the Lord's ways and you twist and manipulate to only your advantage and you only be Hebrew on the Shabbat and the rest of the 6 days of the week, you're who you want to be. If you keep twisting the scripture, twisting the word, or not living up to your point, then you have to live with bad stories and bad reputations. That comes with it. You will be known. Read.
He that winketh with the eye
This is the part I want to focus on. He that winketh with the eye. Wink. It means a deceitful. It means to be deceitful or pretend not to see a fault or sin. If you're around people that pretend not to see your faults, we want to be around people that don't call us out. So he that winketh the what?
With the eye causeth sorrow.
The people that you're around that you call friends, if they don't check you for your stupidity or check you for your foolishness, you're finna find sorrow. You're finna suffer because they didn't check you.
Are they really your friends then?
They really ain't your friends. But these are people that give you a wink. They wink at you. I mean that they know you're off, but they let you go on to your foolishness. Read.
But a prating fool shall fall.
And once again, the people that are listening to these loud talkers are gonna what? Fall. You want to follow with people that have intense conversations that sound like it's fun. Let me get to my point. Verse 16.
Verse 16. The labor of the righteous tendeth to life.
Listen, your Bible is going to give yourself to labor of the Lord. Give yourself to labor of the Lord because you actually get a good life. It tends to life. Read.
The fruit of the wicked to sin.
But the fruit or the outcome or the end product of the wicked are those that were deceived, seduced, those that were convinced, those that let themselves get seduced by those false conversations and false images. That person shall what?
The fruit of the wicked to sin.
They'll fall to sin. You'll get the chains of darkness. You have I should do this story. You did I should have listened. You have a bunch of sad issues, and you'll have a lot of demons to fight. That you're gonna be overloaded with demons that cause you to fail in your life if you don't commit yourself when you have opportunity. That's all. That's the point I want to make.
Proverbs chapter 1, verse 20.
Proverbs chapter 1 verse 20. Wisdom crieth without.
It said, wisdom does what?
Crieth without.
Crieth. So he's saying that the Most High got wisdom on loudspeaker everywhere. There's a better way to live. The Most High got people telling you a better way to live all over the place. You can find, if you're really looking for the right information, the right knowledge, the right judgment, the right discernment, or clean fun, the right type of fun, the right type of entertainment, the right type of alternatives, being around the right type of people. Read on.
She uttereth her voice in the streets.
It said, where did the Most High put wisdom at? It's in the streets too. Just as much as drama is in the streets, wisdom is also in the street. Pain and suffering is in the streets, but also alternatives to pain and suffering is in the street.
That's true.
You know why? The Most High always got somebody with a story to tell. I wouldn't do that, youngster, if I was you. I wouldn't do that, young brother, if I was you, a young lady. You want to carry yourself like a lady. That's not ladylike. You shouldn't dress like that. You're going to get the wrong attention. You shouldn't dress like that, young man. You're going to get the wrong attention. You're going to get the wrong people attached to you, attracted to you. You're putting out the wrong energy.
Yep.
Read on.
She cried in the chief place.
Or you're dressing too grown. You carry yourself like you're an adult. You're flaunting yourself, showing the body, and you're doing too much. That information is there too. Just as much as the Instagram is there, OnlyFans is there, the what's her name? The rapper that Glorilla.
Yeah, Glorilla.
Glorilla is there.
And Glorilla.
Sexy Red.
Yeah.
Glorilla? There's other Rillas?
Yeah.
Man, I didn't know there's another Rilla.
There's a Glorilla. There's a Brorilla.
Bo or bro?
Bro.
That's a dude or a kid?
Yeah, no, Brorilla is her stud sister.
Oh, that's
Who's
right.
a gangster and checking and being masculine all the time. And
That's
Glorilla.
That's really Glorilla's sister.
Yeah, and then he's just treeing up and acting like a boss. And it's Glorilla.
How do you know these
and
things?
I don't know.
I'm saying,
I
how
don't
do you
know.
know this stuff?
These things exist.
Both Rillas. Question?
It's folly out there.
Yeah, the question is, so you apply that to like women or females dress code. How would you apply that to the concept of the young man or male.
How would you apply that concept for young men?
Well, because
Yeah, like,
it,
what kind of dress code? You know, it's not like the men are out here like.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like.
yeah. Well, you know, a lot of times that's what the Most High got parents for. Parents set the tone. They set the tone. And if I'm 40 something years old and I'm dressing like a gangster, and my pants are sagging, then what am I putting out there as energy? So
and then as parents, if you don't like what they got, just don't buy it or take it away.
yeah. But you have, but just remember the scripture say, train a child the way he shall go, and when he is older, he shall not what? He will not depart. A lot of that training starts early. That's why even what's appropriate in dress code starts as a youth. But also, I should be a template as a parent about what appropriate looks like. Now we know trends change, fashion change, and that a child is going to say, "Dad, you're not cool. You don't dress cool," or "Mom, you don't dress cool. You're out of date. We don't wear that anymore." You know what I'm saying? We don't wear those type of clothes that you wear. We don't wear silk shirts and all that. We don't do Hawaiian shirts.
You know the polka dots out?
We don't do polka dots anymore.
Silk socks.
Yeah, we don't.
Slippery everywhere.
We don't do that anymore. That's not cool.
Silk shirt show with a flirt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not doing that. But you're still a template.
Come.
You're still a model for imitation.
Come.
And that's what an example is. That's what an ensample is. An ensample is a model for imitation. So what should they want to do? They should want to see a person that's respectable in their dress.
Yep.
Also, they should see the fear of the Lord also in your dress code. They should want to imitate that if they respect you. But that means the respect that usually children have for their parents is how many undefiled vices don't I see in my parents? A lot of what makes children go the wrong way with their parents is the things that the children see that's duplicit in their training. You told me don't do this. Like I had parents that were heavy smokers. You told me not to smoke cigarettes. That's what you told me. But there's an ashtray on the coffee table every day with a stogie in it, and it's lit. But you tell me don't smoke. But you send me to the store with $5 to go get a pack of cigarettes, and you tell me keep the change and use the change for candy.
But you'll sit back here and say, "Oh yeah, but don't smoke weed."
Yeah.
Come on, man. People say that all the time.
But you sent me on a run. You sent me on a store run to go get your vice, but you tell me not to do your vice.
So now I got a different vice. Now you gonna judge me?
Yeah.
I'm grown. I guess. Oh, I gotta wait till I'm this number to take the vice. The vice is just too. I'm just too young for the vice.
Yeah, I'm
Which
just,
is really
I'm
sad.
just too young for vices.
Yeah.
I'm too young.
You're not 18 yet.
Once
So
you're
what,
18,
so,
you all
so what do you
know.
tell me then? You
Come.
tell me that once I turn 18, then what? It's legal now. You know that's why the scripture says it's good to abstain from all manner of sin.
Yeah.
You know what's helpful to do? Try to remove the vice. Me personally, I try to remove all. I used to keep wine bottles, alcohol bottles, decoration. I threw all that away. Even just antique glasses, mugs, cups. What do you call them? Growlers, like antique style, German style growlers and bottles. All that, throw all that in the trash. What am I doing? What am I putting on display in front of them? So it's the hypocrisy that children really see that when they start having a real issue with their parents. Because I seen you do this, but you told me not to do it. I seen you deal this way, but you're telling me that it's not good for me to do it. But I'm watching you do the same thing you tell me not to do. You tell me don't cuss and watch your mouth, but I hear you cussing all day. But you tell me that. So that's why it's so important that a parent or be an ensample, because they're setting a tone for training, that they're setting a standard of living for a child's mentality that they want them to carry on for the rest of their life. To answer your question, go to Ecclesiastes chapter 30. Ecclesiastes chapter 30. Start at verse 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30, verse 9. Cocker.
Cocker.
Thy child.
That means don't pamper. That means pamper. Cocker means pamper. Read.
And he shall make thee afraid.
It says you keep pampering your child. You keep on letting them get away with whatever they're doing and think it's funny. I'm gonna here, sip this, young man. I'm gonna put some hair on your chest. You want to pamper them, spoil them, introduce them to things that they have no knowledge being introduced to? or they don't have the spiritual discernment to designate right or wrong or appropriate timing. You may drink every once in a while. They don't know what every once in a while is. You may drink for special occasion. They don't know what special occasion is. They don't have discernment yet. They don't have discretion yet. Or you want to introduce them to things that they're spiritually not mature to handle. Because you want to pamper them or you want to spoil them. Read on.
Play with him.
He said, do what?
Play with him.
You want to make your child your best friend. You want to. That's my little dude.
Yep.
That's my road dog. He drink what I drink. He go where I go.
Like finesse 2 times.
Yeah.
He want to party with his son.
Yeah, you want to party with your son.
Finesse 2 times?
Man, he's the worst.
Who are these guys?
Worst dad on the internet, bro.
Yeah.
Finesse 2 times?
Boosie too.
He worse. He worse, bro.
You want to party
How
with
old is
your
finesse
kids?
2 times? Huh?
Finesse 2 times is like he been out of jail for years. He's rapping, he's blowing up again, and this guy has his son, which is like this tall, at all his parties,
Strip show.
strip clubs, everything I do, he do everything. Cause I'm so what I'm real. It's about you got your son
Throwing money.
10, 15 years old throwing money.
Are you serious,
Less than that. He's like 9 years old throwing money
In
at
the
smoking.
in the club.
Yeah, he's like a 9-year-old, 45-year-old.
He's like a baby thug.
He's a baby thug, huh? And he emulates. This guy has his son do all kind of wild stuff, and it's on camera. I'm like, bro, this should be off the web. But he's promoting that his son is a little nigga like him, so he's gonna be. He's the little mention version. I'm showing him how to be real. I'm showing him how to live. I'm showing him how to deal with these people, how to live his life. And you see his son talking, and acting just like his dad. He's creating a demon in his son,
Yeah.
and he promotes it.
Yeah. He flaunts it.
Yeah.
Like it's acceptable.
Like the mamas on the internet, that the mama's dancing, provocative, and you got a little girl doing the same dance as the mama.
A twerk off.
Exactly. Oh, she do it like she get it from her mama. She's like, don't take. And they start clapping, and the girl's dancing and doing the same moves the mama's doing.
She in pampers.
You're destroying that child. You're destroying that spirit. Think they're just having fun.
She booty popping at 2 years old.
Exactly, bro. I was a kid. I remember going. I was out there, and the kid was dancing. I was young too. It was the time period of the what's the word for it? Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll. To the little girls do the butterfly. Oh, that's home. Let me. And then little butterfly. And then everybody guys
Luke.
they got those cans. I guess with Mystic. Remember Mystic? It's Mystic. And
All the drinks out there.
like those little cheap, I guess Four Locos now. But they have Four Locos for that time period, and the little kids is doing butterflies, and kids is dancing all provocative. Like, what are you teaching these kids? You create the club in your living room. And then they get older, and they all get pregnant, sick, jail, shot, killed, vices. And it's, I don't know what happened to these kids. I took them to church every week. I come to church every Sunday.
Yeah. What about Monday through Saturday?
What about Monday through Saturday? I took them to church. They went to church, but what do you teach them in the living room?
I went to church, yeah.
And what they see you do.
Yeah.
We're passing down these chains of darkness, these vices for our children because we don't check ourselves. I love the point you're bringing out.
Yeah. R. Kelly said he created a whole generation.
He did.
He influenced a whole generation. But you grew up on 12 play.
Yep.
See how far that go.
Exactly. The R&B thug.
R&B thugs. Little Bow Wow. But read on. He
Chris
said
Brown's too.
You know Chris Brown? Yeah.
Throwing hands on ribs.
Read.
Conquer thy child, and he shall make
Cocker.
conquer thy child, and he shall make thee afraid.
Go ahead.
Play with him, and he will bring thee to heaviness.
You play with them. You entertain the things they entertain, and you don't be the stopgap for foolishness. If you don't enforce discipline and routine and structure, that's fine. But there's a price to pay for not bringing your child up the right way. You're going to pay a price for that. There's a repercussion to everything. Everything, there's a trade-off. There's a trade-off to everything. Read on.
Laugh not with him.
And that's why he said what?
Laugh not with him.
Laugh not. Everything's not funny. Your kids do things that are too provocative or too mature. It's not funny. You go, girl. Pop that thing. Pop that thing. You okay? Yeah, you want to do that?
She
okay.
got like a mama guy.
Yeah. Okay. You can do that. There's a trade-off to that. There's a consequence to that. Read on.
Dost thou have sorrow with them.
It said, but you're going to suffer with them when they suffer. And then why are you going to suffer when they suffer? You're going to suffer because you're going to say, you know what, I could have done better. I could have been a better parent. I should have been a better parent. Then you got to ask yourself, is it my fault? Is it not my fault? I thought it was cool. Let them get away with it. A little fun, little fun, little overnight. They ain't going to hurt nothing. Read on.
And lest thou gnash thy teeth in the end.
In the end, you're going to what? You're going to gnash your
thy
teeth. Why would you gnash your teeth in the end? You're going to regret. And that's why he's saying how what should be laid down, there's a mindset that should be laid down from the beginning so you don't have to suffer later. You and the child, parent and the child don't have to suffer later. It's hard seeing your children suffer and not feel bad and wish you could have done something for it or against it. Read on.
Give him no liberty in his youth.
But then you gave him what? What do? We give them too much liberty.
Gave liberty.
We let our children get away with too much, and then it comes back and bite us in the butt. You know why we give our children liberty? Because I don't want to stop my liberty.
Yep.
I don't want to put away my liberty, and I'm teaching them through my liberty that it's okay to have this freedom, or just have this vice. Read on.
And wink not at his fathers.
And Dawiyah brought scripture right now about a wicked man does what? Wink.
Yeah, winks. And wink. And what the word wink means, they don't call you out. They don't check you. The word wink means deceitful, to pretend not to see a fault or sin. It just lets you do your thing. He's just doing him right now. Don't check.
But I me don't forget when it's time for me to do my thing.
Don't say
I
nothing.
need you to wink too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you play. When I want to play, let me play. Don't say nothing.
Want to play?
Yeah, because it's not. They never say they're sinning. It's am I not in sport? It's just fun. It's just entertainment. We're just having a good time.
When you're at the CPS meeting,
Yeah.
and you're in the same room, and they ask your child, "Do you see your parents do anything?" And then you get a child that look like,
But not
Don't
say
tell
nothing.
him.
not say a damn
You
thing.
say nothing.
Will go on in this house, stay in this house.
Yeah.
You're at the meeting,
Yeah.
and they ask your kid in front of you, is there something that your parents do that you don't like, or you see that they tell you not to do it? And like, kill him, cook your head. Shut up. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Is it true?
Because they'll ask them questions too. But what happens? He says, don't laugh at them. Don't give them no liberty. Read on.
And wink not at his fathers. Bow down his neck while he is young.
What does that mean? Put some discipline in their life. Read on.
And beat him on the sides while he is a child.
Go ahead, because get to a point where the whoopings don't help no more. If you wait too long, you can whoop and that don't matter. It don't mean nothing. You get too long, you wait too long, they catch the belt from you.
Yep, that's real.
And they hold the belt hostage. Then you say, I'm going to leave my other belt.
Yeah. It's not hiding on the belt.
Yeah, I hide all the belts. There ain't no belts. It's to get to a point where they're bigger than you. Read.
Lest he wax stubborn and be disobedient unto thee, and so bring sorrow to thine heart.
So if you train your kids wrong, what happens?
They'll bring sorrow to your heart.
You're going to bring sorrow to your heart. So everything is, you have to keep in mind that as a parent, everything you do is training. How you dress, what you watch on TV, the music you listen to, everything is training. Places you like to hang out, freedoms and liberties that you have in the house, shows you may want to watch, everything is training. Your habitual nature, everything is training. So if you're not careful about that, you're gonna hurt. You're gonna realize, man, I made a lot of mistakes. I could have been a better parent. I wasn't paying attention. Finish that. We were 13.
Chastise thy son and hold him to labor.
It said, and keep them busy. If you don't keep your children busy, gainfully employed, keep them disciplined, have some type of structure. Read on.
Lest his lewd behavior be an offense unto thee.
And it's gonna be you're gonna raise a menace. You're gonna raise a gremlin.
Yeah.
And then now you got to come through and try to salvage, save, pull from, get bail money. Trying to come in and try to help my child, get some help. some addiction money, some treatment, put them on some treatment plan. I'm trying to do all these things when I had the freedom and liberty to do it before, but it wasn't that important for me before.
It wasn't serious.
It wasn't serious. Now I got to try to create answers and solutions at a later date when they're already older. And now you got parents now, they got children because of their vices. They're stay-at-home children forever.
That's real.
Because they can't now ever be on their own. They're not stable enough to be on their own. Now I got in-house children that never leave the nest.
Yeah. That's real.
So did that help answer your question? All right. You let that go.
Well, we're going to do, it's 3 o'clock. We're going to shut it down. Okay? We'll continue next week. All we got is time until there's no time.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sorry, the brothers are talking, things are getting worse out. But listen, I hope everybody is, any other questions Israel got? Online or in the building? All right. Imagine Mupanya, Yerushalayim Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Listen, they're bombing. They bomb like all those Marines. They're bombing their bases out. They're killing 1,200 something. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless. Heal. Protect.
And
make strong. The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For indeed is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai. Shaman, Zayat, Lamashah, Yashar.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings. And upon the psaltery. Upon the harp. With the solemn sound. For thou Yahweh. Has made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth the fool understand this. When the wicked spring is the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity, shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawa.
Tawa.
Wa'ayma.
Wama.
I'm sorry. Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Hatuwa.
Hatuwa.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yurad.
Yurad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Payah.
Payah.
Madawafiwa.
Madawafiwa.
Qatar.
Qatar.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Havaria.
Havaria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahawah.
Yahawah.
Ah. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayim.
Kayayim.
I. Hawallah.
Hawallah.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washurali.
Washurali.
Wabiyah.
Wabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washurali.
Washurali.
Wabiyah.
Wabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washurali.
Washurali.
Wabiyah.
Wabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washurali.
Washurali.
Wabiyah.
Wabiyah.
Support.
Support.
Barakatei Yahweh.
Barakatei Yahweh.
Barakatei Hamshah.
Barakatei Yahushua.
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 All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All love.
All love.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All grace.
All grace.
All long suffering.
All long suffering.
All power.
All power.
Is from Yahweh.
Is from Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
Is from Yahweh.
Is from Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
Is from Yahweh.
Is from Yahweh.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The water.
The water.
Yad.
Yeah.
Man.
Amen.
Circle up.
Saluting out the heavenly order. Yahweh. Wa Yahweh Shai. Wa Kasha'ala. Men of Israel. Muslim. What?
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Kwame Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
At the top. Turn and face sisters. Sisters, please stand. Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel. Muslim. Barak.
Yahweh Barakatam by Hashem Yahushua. Yes, Matap. Dismissed. Fall out. Israel, come on, tuning in. Thank you for giving us your time. Talk y'all on Monday. Shalom.